It's a train coming. You don't need no baggage. You just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the Jesus humming. You don't need no ticket to just thank the Lord. So people get ready for the train to Jordan, picking out the passengers coast to coast. Faith is key, open the doors and order them. There's no room among the lost and lost. There ain't no room for the hopeless sinner who would hurt all mankind just to save his soul. I'm beating all those Christians strolling, 'cause it's all kind of pay for the kingdom strong. So people get ready for the train coming. You don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the things that's humming. You don't need no ticket. You just thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Very much. Thank you. war. Yeah, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, war. Good God, yo, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Listen to me. Hey, war. Good God, yo, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Bona tarda. Si us plau, per poder començar, tothom hauria de seure. Buenas tardes. Agradeceríamos que todas y todas vayáis sentándoos. Good afternoon. Before everything starts, everybody, please take a seat.
Don't let me go. Who cares what they see? Who cares what they know? Your first name is free, last name is dumb, but you still believe in where we're from. Man's right flower, it's in every living thing. Mind, use your power. Spirit, use your wings. Hold on to me. Don't let me go. cheetahs need to eat. Run antelope. Your first name is King, last name is Dumb, 'cause you still believe in everyone. When the baby first breathes, when night sees sunrise, when the whale hugs the sea, when man recognizes freedom, freedom, freedom, freedom, freedom. We are from Haiti, the elected one. Does it shock you to see he left us the sun? Atoms in the air, organisms in the sea, sun and yes man are made of the same things. Freedom, freedom, freedom, freedom, freedom, freedom, freedom.
Tengo marcado en el pecho todos los días que el tiempo no me dejó estar aquí. Tengo una fe que madura, que va conmigo y me cura desde que te conocí. Tengo una huella perdida entre tu sombra y la mía, que no me deja mentir. Soy una moneda en la fuente, tú mi deseo pendiente, mis ganas de revivir. Tengo una mañana constante y una acuarela esperando verte pintado de azul. Tengo tu amor y tu suerte y un caminito empinado. Tengo el mar del otro lado, tú eres mi norte y mi sur. Hoy voy a verte de nuevo, voy a envolverme en tu ropa, susurrame en tu silencio cuando me veas llegar. Hoy voy a verte de nuevo, voy a alegrar tu tristeza. Vamos a hacer una fiesta para que este amor crezca más. Tengo una frase colgada entre mi boca y mi almohada que me desnuda ante ti. Tengo una playa y un pueblo que me acompañan de noche cuando no estás junto a mí. Tengo una mañana constante y una acuarela esperando verte pintado de azul. Tengo tu amor y tu suerte y un caminito empinado. Tengo el mar del otro lado, tú eres mi norte y mi sur. Hoy voy a verte de nuevo, voy a envolverme en tu ropa.
Bona tarda a tothom, si us plau, hauríeu d'anar seient. Buenas tardes a todo el mundo. Por favor, deberíamos ir tomando asiento. Good afternoon, everybody. Please take your seats.
Con peyote, un trago de pulque para cantar con los coyotes, todo lo que necesito. Tengo a mis pulmones respirando azul clarito, la altura que sofoca. Soy las muelas de mi boca, mascando coca. El otoño con sus hojas desmayadas, los versos escritos bajo la noche estrellada. Una viña repleta de oro, un cañón de agua bajo el sol. Vigila las casitas haciendo rituales y agua bendita, el viento que peina mi cabello. Soy todos los santos que cuidan de mi cuello. El fuego de mi lucha no es artificial porque el abono de mi tierra es natural. Tú no puedes comprar el tiempo, tú no puedes comprar el sol, tú no puedes comprar la lluvia, tú no puedes comprar el calor, tú no puedes comprar las nubes, tú no puedes comprar los colores, tú no puedes comprar mi alegría, tú no puedes comprar mi dolor.
The time has come. Forward together now.
Companys e companyes, benvinguts.
Dear friends, welcome, good afternoon to everyone. Are you ready? So let's go.
This is an historical event, and you are all making history by being part of this global progressive mobilization. Forward, together, now. The unity of progressive forces across continents all over the world is the only way to foster democracy, to preserve peace, and to promote human dignity. For the very first time in our political history, the Socialist International, the Progressive Alliance, the Party of European Socialists, the Center for American Progress, the S&D Group in the European Parliament, the Socialists and the Democrats, the Foundation of the European Progressive Studies, and last but surely not the least, and with all our gratitude, el Partido Socialista Obrero de España. We have been working together to gather all of you here for these two impressive and incredible days in Barcelona. Moltes gracias al alcalde Colboni.
I would like to thank the mayor of the city and the presidents of Catalonia for your hospitality, magic hospitality. We wouldn't be here today without the political commitment and the knowledge of two leaders of our movement. The ex-Prime Minister of Sweden and President of the European Socialist Party, Stefan Löfven, and the man, the leader, that in critical times, like the times we're living, has saved the soul of Europe, defending with courage all our values. Of course, you all know who I'm speaking about, Pedro Sánchez.
Democracy, democracy, progressive economy, equality, environment, artificial intelligence and digital transformation, peace. These are all the key, crucial political challenges of our time and for our movement. And now, Chantal Kambiwa, the Coordinator General of the International Socialists, will share with you the call for mobilizations on those political issues. Chantal.
Chers amis, quelle mobilisation!
Dear friends, what kind of mobilization, what a strong message, what a strong mobilization. The planet is warning us, and we need to give an answer. The green transition is not an option. The green transition must be fair. We must protect the planet. We must protect people, and we must make sure that no one is left behind. But we can't have progress without equality. Equality is about social justice, zero zero discrimination. We must make sure that diversity is a richness. We must advance together and advance interculturality. It has to be a strength and it must be taken into account. However, in order to do that, the world must experience peace, and peace cannot be summed up to the lack of wars. Peace is about respect, is about dialogue, cooperation. Today, our message is clear. Unity, respect, cooperation. Together, we can do that. This is a very strong message, but this is the message we want to convey today. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Et je vais vous présenter.
Let me introduce to you Macris Cabero. She's the global coordinator of the Global Progressive Alliance.
Dear friends, dear comrades, there are over 100 countries, political movements, political parties, and trade unions joining us in Barcelona today. Because we are for a mobilization for fair economy. This is a mobilization for the planet. This is a mobilization for billions of people, not billionaires. And this is a mobilization for our democracy and not for oligarchs. From Barcelona to Madrid to Buenos Aires to Johannesburg to Tokyo to Manila, we welcome you all to the progressive mobilization of our time for justice, freedom, and solidarity, because you and I and all of us together will bring a new transformation forward. Compañeros y compañeras, adelante. Welcome to the Global Progressive Mobilisation.
And now, this is usually done at the end of an event, but we would rather do it now. We must express our gratitude to those in the staff of all the respective organizations that have been behind this, and without them, this would have not happened. It is thanks to their work that we are allowed to enjoy all this magnificent organization and the Global Progressive Mobilisation. So, muchas gracias. I also want to mention two special persons that have accompanied us in this journey, a complicated political journey, and they are Johan Hassel and Hannah Jalul. You around this room all know their relentless commitment to our cause. Y ahora vuelvo al español.
And now, and let me speak Spanish again, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart a woman who carries herself the organization of one of the oldest and most successful political parties in our political family. She is our friend and comrade Rebecca Torro from the Spanish Socialist Party.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días. Bon dia a tothom. Thank you so much, Giacomo, Chantal, and Macris. This could not have been possible without you and the organization you represent. For our party, el Partido Socialista Obrero Español, it has been a pleasure to work side by side with you. Thank you to everyone who is making this first Global Progressive Mobilisation Summit possible. What we all have achieved is huge. I hope you felt at home. I promise you that everyone in the PSOE has worked very hard to ensure that this first GPM rose to the level of the responsibility we bear. Esta primera GPM marca
This first Global Progressive Mobilisation is a huge starting point. And the whole world should realize that we are many. There are many of us and we want progress.
No solo vamos a parar las olas de los retrocesos.
We're going to be the barrier for pushbacks. We're going to bring new progress. And we're perfectly capable because we've managed in the past. Spain, thanks to Pedro Sánchez and his government, is a very clear example that it is possible. And please allow me, as the secretary of my organization, and on behalf of all the members of my party, allow me to thank our General Secretary and President of the Spanish government because of his courage, his leadership, and we're so proud to have him as the leader of our party.
Un faro de esperanza. Esos somos los progresistas.
We are a lighthouse of hope, all progressive forces. We are millions of tiny light dots in the night of this world. So friends, comrades, let's do what we do best. Let's improve the everyday life of our citizens with our pride and our courage. So dear friends, dear comrades, let's turn up the volume of this huge party of progressive alliances.
To the people. Let's do it. Let's move forward to it. Amigos y amigas, y ahora os dejo con un
And now I'm going to hand over the floor to somebody that I profoundly admire because of what they represent and how they represent it. Salvador Illa, you're a clear leader. You're a born leader. It's what we need. Your humanity, your dignity are an example to us all. Catalonia is really happy and lucky to have a president like Salvador.
Estimat president.
Dear President Pedro Sánchez, dear Mayor of Barcelona, heads of state and government, dear friends and dear comrades from progressive forces across the world, welcome to Catalonia.
Bienvenidos y bienvenidas.
I want to welcome you all to Catalonia. It is a huge pride for me to welcome you to my country, to my region, and to do it in my language, in Catalan. We're a region known for their solidarity and welcoming personality. Dear friends, we're all together here with the same responsibility. Our goal is to get back the level of ambition of the project that humankind has always had. Humankind must be the common project where all of us live in their own way, but with a common goal, the will to be together in peace.
La justícia procura pau.
Justice brings peace, and lies bring war. If we're too proud, war will bring. This was written by Ramon Llull, who is a very famous philosopher from Catalonia in the 13th century. He was the first one who wrote in Latin, Arabic and Catalan his works, and now in the 21st century we need to have that courage. There is nothing we can do, some people say. It's unavoidable, some other people say. If all those people in the past, Olof Palme, Michelle Bachelet, had said these words, we wouldn't be here. But they had the courage. So we need to prove to the rest of the world that nothing is unavoidable, nothing is written in stone. Dear friends, again, nothing is written in stone. Nothing is unavoidable. Everything is possible. War, injustice, inequality, all those things are avoidable. And the future does not belong to anyone in particular. The future belongs to all of us, men and women. The future will not be in the hands of the strongest or the proudest. It will be in the hands of those of us who are not scared to write the future. We're not scared, and I will say this really loud, we're not scared. We're not scared. Democratic forces across the world are not scared. Our predecessors said no to war. All the wars in Europe and across the world, they were not scared, and we're not scared now. The workers that got together and defended their rights across the world were not scared, and we're not scared now. The men and women that demonstrated in many cities of the world demanding justice were not scared, and we will not be scared. And we're not scared because we have a clear conviction, we have clear values, we have unity, and we have our own project. History has taught us that nothing is unavoidable, and the future is not written down. We can avoid the wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. We should never be scared of a permanent war. And we can avoid to spend more in defense than in education. We can also avoid to have money replacing people. And we cannot see how ignorance is more important than science, and our children should never grow in this world. What should we do? We should stop whining and complaining and start acting. For centuries, we humans have been able to turn something impossible into possible. Let's think about slavery, or democracy, or equality between men and women, vaccinations, peace. Nothing is impossible. Nobody should live in poverty and injustice. We're all here because we decided to speak loudly and defend everything that we think makes us humans. So it's in our own hands that the world is a space of hope and not resignation for many people. We need to listen to all those women and children who are suffering in different places like Lebanon, Gaza, Ukraine or Sudan. We need to listen to those voices as well. And we must leave a better world for our children. We will not allow anyone or anything to put our peace at risk, the peace that took so many years to build in Europe. As to President Sanchez, thanks to him, we have progressed a lot in Spain and in Catalonia, so we can coexist peacefully, so we can protect the rights for the huge majority of our country. We had everything against us, and we've surprised many people. But now, with the unity of all progressive forces, we will continue working even more in Europe, in Latin America, and the rest of the world. The world is suffering a huge wave of extremism. Again, we're suffering a wave of extremism. Let's not forget that any wave, despite the height of the wave, they die when they get to the shore. So tomorrow, in any city, from Barcelona to Berlin, from Girona to Buenos Aires, from Lleida to Beirut, from Tarragona to Gaza, when our citizens read the papers or listen to the radio, when they check their mobile phone, they need to hear our message. They need to feel that we're next to them. So this is a call for everyone so that we join forces so that the world is a happy world, a world of solidarity, fairness and hope. Those who are arrogant, who are too proud, who abuse other people and who defend war, they're only showing us their weakness. By way of conclusion, I want to give you a present. And my present is a very simple one. A present that can be summed up in one word in my own mother tongue, a beautiful word in Catalan. Please remember this word, seny, common sense, seny. Some people translate seny as common sense or balance, but seny is much more than that. Seny is a way to be a leader, to coexist, is to serve and not to dominate, is to convince rather than to impose. Seny is to work as brothers and sisters rather than be divisive. So faced with authoritarianism and authoritarian leaders, we need to remember the importance of respecting others and the courage to be in policy. Seny means that we need to be in politics in order to protect humanity, coexistence and hope. Hope and seny will be with all of us. I hope you have a wonderful day.
European Progressive Politics. It's our pleasure to welcome to the stage Stefan Löfven, former Prime Minister of Sweden and President of the Party of European Socialists.
Good afternoon, dear friends, compañeras, compañeros. It is truly an honor to be here with you, and let me first thank the co-organizers, Progressive Alliance, Socialist International, Center for American Progress, the S&D Group in the European Parliament, PEPS, PSOE, with its great leader, for who he is, for what he does, for what he represents, Pedro Sanchez, a close friend of mine. And also all of you, dear friends, leaders, partners, activists, friends, who have come together now from across the whole world. And Barcelona, beautiful city, thanks for hosting us. Welcome to this great moment of mobilization. Politics is about we, the people, about families, about young people, workers, about communities in the whole world, in Belém, in Buenos Aires, Accra, Roma, Athens, Fuenlabrada, Soweto, Manila, Istanbul, Kyoto, and many, many more. Thanks to these people that makes our society stronger through solidarity and equality. And this is why we mobilize today. In our past Congress in Amsterdam last year, we made a commitment to turn hope into action. And today, that action begins. And friends, we are internationalists. For us, action means global action. It's a collective effort, it's a progressive vision, and third, global unity. And we know that when we lift each other, we lift humankind as a whole. This is even more necessary today when we see wars, international law is violated, growing inequalities, cost of living crisis, climate crisis, and a democracy under pressure. And friends, in the heart of it all, we raise a fundamental issue, and that is equality. Equality between nations, between cultures, between people, no matter the background, ethnicity, or gender. As progressives, this is the foundation of everything we do. And this is what binds us together. And to those who seek to divide us, no pasarán. You will not divide us. Divide us, we will prevail. So our fight goes on. We build a society that is fair, inclusive, and truly prosperous. We fight for the many, not for the money. That's us. Now, as we gather here, we also send a signal and a message to the world. We will never leave the fate of humankind to authoritarianism. Never. They weaken, they destroy, and history has shown us that. But the future of humankind belongs to those who believe in it. Because democracy is not a stage for supposedly strongmen. It is not a platform for domination. Democracy belongs to us all. It is how we govern together. It is how we shape our common future. With no concentration of power, with institutions that protect, with the promise that everyone counts. And that is why we believe in democracy. And across the world, people are beginning to see that clearly. We've just seen it in Hungary, because only democracy gives people the freedom to truly flourish. That is why we defend democracy. The challenges are immense, but so is our determination. Whatever has been broken, we will rebuild, and we will rebuild better. We will deliver positive change, meaningful change, and we will not leave anyone, not anyone, behind. That's for sure. So we fight for dignity, solidarity, and shared prosperity. Progressives built already more equitable societies. We dreamed about welfare states, and we delivered. We fought for workers' rights. We delivered. We shaped a future where prosperity is shared. We delivered. And that is why, friends, we must dare to dream, dare to hope, dare to fight for what is right. We do not fear the future, we shape it. That's us. And together as true internationalists across borders, across movements, across generations, because the fight against the far right is an existential fight for our societies. and we will win. Because hope is stronger than fear. Unity is stronger than division. So friends, today we are joined by leaders from across the world. We stand together, we act together, and we deliver together. Because, as Hannah Arendt reminded us, power corresponds to the human ability not just to act, but to act in concert. The moment is here in Barcelona, with trade unions, with civil society, with activists, with the many young people that are here with us today, with all of you in this room. And what a beginning this is. Thank you so much. And now, let's mobilize.
One of Washington's sharpest and most determined voice for progressive change. We're delighted to bring to the stage Neera Tanden, President and CEO of the Center for American Progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here from the United States representing the Center for American Progress, and we are so proud to co-host this event. I want to give my thanks to Prime Minister Sanchez and his incredible team for their leadership in bringing us all together. Prime Minister Sanchez has been an incredible moral voice for the world, and we are grateful for his commitment to progressive politics here and around the globe. Now, yes. We gather at a crucial moment for democracy, at a time when populism and authoritarianism are being tested, and we saw last weekend that authoritarianism is on its back heel. The preeminent gangster authoritarian in the world, next to my president, Viktor Orban, suffered a massive defeat last weekend. Voters, yes. Voters punished Orban for 16 years of failure, rising prices, stagnant wages, low growth, and unchecked corruption with crumbling public services. Like Peter Magyar has said, Orban lost in part because he didn't focus on the issues that affect real people's lives. He focused on his own corruption. And as in Hungary, so in America. President Trump won office by promising to lower costs for working families, for being a champion of the working class. Yet because of Trump's war of choice in Iran, the price of gas has increased more in the last month than in the last 60 years, costing American consumers more than $20 billion and spiraling costs around the world. And those are on top of the costs brought on by his tariffs that are, in fact, a tax on working class people, raising costs $2,500 for an average family. It is crucial that we remember that Trump's policies are policies that are burdening the working class, ripping health care away from millions of working class and middle class Americans. And while he and his family have made billions off of corruption, it is crucial for us to remember that he is serving himself and his donors, pardoning donors, dropping investigations into people who pay him the most money. Unprecedented corruption, profiting the 1% while everyone else is struggling. And that 99% are noticing. My friends, anger is rising in America and people are acting. We're seeing in our special elections where our conservatives are losing. In conservative states, not just moderate states, people see politics as a way to interrupt the authoritarian moves of this administration. We are seeing in polls that vast majorities of Americans are angry at what the president is doing. We are seeing popular resistance. It's crucial to remember that in last month's No Kings rallies, we had the largest mobilization in American history, and that was for our democracy. We are grateful for the No Kings rallies around Europe as well. To most working class people and most Americans, the truth is Trump and Trumpism is failing. Almost 2/3 of the country oppose him. But it is not enough to oppose. We must offer an alternative, an agenda that improves the lives of the American people, because they face, and a lot of our publics face, a cost of living crisis, difficulty making ends meet. That agenda is capable of building a new coalition that stands up to Trump and authoritarianism around the world. Not just the left, not just the center, but a broad majority that stands with working class people, offering them a chance. Something that builds not just to resist Trump, but builds past Trump. And that agenda will confront the most critical issues people face. Lowering the costs of housing so young people can afford to buy a home. Lowering the cost of health care so people don't have to choose in my country between prescriptions and paying their bills. Lowering the cost of energy, childcare, food. Using the power of the government to work on behalf of people to ensure that they can afford a middle-class life. These are not radical ideas. These are bread and butter ideas, and they are ideas that the public, regardless of party, want. Now, I hope everyone takes a lesson that we must make the case that this gangster authoritarianism is a con. It does not achieve the goals. In fact, leaders like Trump and Orban make the lives of the middle class and working class harder. The truth is, gangster authoritarianism cloaks its agenda in paeans to the working class, but their policies help the rich, the billionaires, and the oligarchs. That's why what we see in America is an action against that. We know that the America Trump is showing the world is not the only America, or even the real America. A better America is still possible, one that values openness, the rule of law, basic human decency. An America that solves the problems of the world. It does not create problems for the world. And I want you to know that someday soon, you will have friends again in the U.S. government and the executive branch. We have not all gone away, and I'm grateful for our leaders here, Chris Murphy, Senator from Connecticut, and Governor Walz, Governor from Minnesota, who will speak later today. They demonstrate leadership that responds to the public. We are not giving up on you, and I hope you do not give up on us. We understand that we have a lot of explaining to do in the United States, a lot of mending and rebuilding of trust. But we also know we cannot go back. We must develop a new path forward with fresh ideas for the problems of today. We want America to be your partner, not your enemy or your ruler. We want to be your friend again. We know that bullies ultimately lose. Sometimes it takes a while, but they do lose eventually. So, my friends, I ask you to use the failures of the Trump administration as a warning for your own countries. Remind your publics what Trump is doing to the working class of America, hurting the voters that voted for him. Trump's failure is also AfD's failure, National Rally's failure, Vox's failure. The truth is that right-wing authoritarianism is a sucker's game. It is a long con to convince people who are hurting that hate is the answer forward. It is not. The truth is that we can develop and will develop ideas to address people's greatest concerns, how to thrive in today's world. And by doing so, we will ensure victory in the future. We also know that the only way to fight bullies, the only way to take on bullies is to fight bullies, and we can only win when we fight. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for fighting with us still. We are so grateful.
From the front lines of the anti-apartheid struggle to one of the highest offices on the continent, we would like to warmly welcome on our stage Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you, comrades and friends, compañeros. Let me start off by thanking President Sanchez for inviting me to be part of the earlier meeting and also to be part of this rally, and also to thank the organizers of this rally, and I extend my greetings to the various leaders who are here, coming from South Africa, from the southern tip of the African continent. It feels like coming home once again, and thank you for welcoming us here. It also feels like the good old days when many of you, through your various movements, supported our struggle against apartheid. I'm also here to extend our gratitude for the titanic struggles that you participated in to end apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity. So we thank you and thank you and thank you once again. We gather here in Barcelona when other crimes against the people of the world are being committed. When the world is in crisis, this is a time of aggression, of war, of conflict, of the violation of the basic human rights of many people in a number of countries around the world. And it is quite impressive to see so many of you standing up in this meeting today to be part of the Global Progressive Mobilisation, to stand up to show those who are violating the rights of others that you are not afraid, that you are prepared to stand in defense of those who are weak, in defense of democracy, and to advance the human rights of others. The laws and the norms that have long defined relations between nations are willfully violated. Institutions of global governance are being undermined and mercilessly repurposed. The United Nations has now become a toothless organization because those who are members of the Security Council are the ones who continue to violate all the laws and the rights. The principles of solidarity, of cooperation and friendship are being challenged by the resurgence of narrow nationalism, prejudice, racism, and intolerance. The resurgence in unlawful wars of aggression and genocide in places like Palestine are linked to the ideologies of supremacy. Thank you. Thank you. It was to challenge this notion of supremacy that South Africa took the initiative to take the State of Israel to the International Court of Justice. And even as we did, we were criticized, we were challenged, we were even insulted, but we stood firm. The reason we stood firm is that the father of our democracy said to us, our own freedom as South Africans will never be complete until the Palestinians have won their own freedom. So today, we are happy and pleased that many other countries have realized that South Africans, by taking the State of Israel to the International Court of Justice, was not mad. They now see that real genocide is happening in Gaza as well as on the West Bank. And now, illegal wars are being waged against other countries where thousands and thousands of innocent people are being killed with bombs, with drones, and yet all that should be going towards building hospitals, towards building schools, rather than killing innocent people. While at the same time, there is the threat of climate crisis that is continuing to deepen. Sea levels are rising and leading many countries around the world to be poor. Billions of people across the world go hungry, have no work, have few skills. Inequality within and between countries is growing. Many societies are becoming more fragmented and isolated. Political discourse and debate is being reshaped by algorithms that fuel extremism and hate. And it is good today that you all are participating in this global progressive mobilization to change the narrative, to show the world that there are people who are progressive, who want to see the right things being done in the world. I applaud you and I thank you for standing up, for showing those who are powerful that you will not be cowards. This may be a time for crisis, but it is not a moment of doubt or despair. This is a moment for action. This is a moment for mobilization. This is a moment for renewal. For most of us alive today, there's never been a more important moment than now for global progressive revival. A revival that is confident in its values, clear in the purpose of its beliefs, and united in its resolve. This moment of severe crisis is at the same time a moment of unique opportunity. It is an opportunity to galvanize, to bring together the forces of progressive change, to forge a new path of peace, democracy, and social justice. This is the time that we must never waste. This is the time that we must embrace. And it is also an opportunity for a new generation of progressive people to emerge and to develop a vision of a better, more just, and more inclusive world. This, comrades and friends, is an opportunity to confront the forces of reaction. We have gained much ground by offering people easy answers to complex problems. They have exploited legitimate grievances about jobs, about security, about identity, and they have redirected people's fears and anger towards the most vulnerable. The progressive response cannot be only to oppose. We must offer something that is better. We must speak to the real concerns of working people, of communities that feel left behind, of young people who cannot see a future that makes sense to them. We must present a vision that is grounded in people's experiences, that recognizes their concerns, that addresses their pain and overcomes their fears. We must pursue a path that is empowering and inclusive. Across the world, we must build a united front of governments, and I'm really great that there are quite a number of governments that are represented here today. Governments that clearly declare that they are not afraid. They are not afraid of one person in the world, that they will stand up and speak for their people. That is what we want. It is good also to have political parties, trade unions, social movements, think tanks and influencers, and social activists that are bound together by a shared desire of a better world. There is a better world that we can build together. This must be a united front against inequality and poverty. It must revive the drive towards the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This must be a movement for climate action. It must ensure that countries honor their commitments to curb emissions. We must build a global movement that enables countries to undertake just and inclusive transitions that drive social and economic development, whilst protecting affected communities and workers across the world. We must build a world of genuine multilateral cooperation with global institutions that are representative. We must stand firm on the reform of global institutions like the United Nations, that the United Nations cannot continue operating in the same way as it has in the past. We have many countries that should be represented in the United Nations Security Council. We have the whole continent of Africa with 1.4 billion people. It's not represented. We have Latin America. We have big countries like Brazil. We have big countries like India. We have big countries around the world that must be represented and have a voice. So we must advance peace through diplomacy, through dialogue, through multilateral organizations, and not have a few countries that are going to have a veto vote and block everything that talks about progress in the world. We must also address uncomfortable issues, such as the debt burden that holds back many developing economies. We must reform the financial architecture of the world and close the financing gap for development. Yes, the IMF and the World Bank must also be reformed. It cannot be institutions that continue to represent Western interests only. So the reform must be comprehensive. A global progressive revival is underway. Your presence here speaks to that. In far-flung communities, in social formations and political parties, on university campuses and factory floors, on social media and across the airwaves, the clamor for progressive change is growing. And today, here in Barcelona, this gathering in Barcelona provides greater impetus to this revival. I am certain that as we leave here today, we will leave more united, with a more cohesive voice, more purposeful, and more determined than ever when we arrive. So I leave back for Africa encouraged, elated, knowing that the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine, the people of Sudan, the people of Africa, yes, the people in the Middle East do not stand alone. They have your support. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's an honor to join you from afar for this remarkable gathering. Thank you for creating a space that brings together leaders, activists, and thinkers from across the world to address some of the most pressing issues facing our global community. Around the globe, we see citizens demanding dignity, safety, and opportunity, and we see young people insisting on a better future for themselves. We see communities standing up for truth against disinformation, for their rights against repression, and for hope over fear. Your work here is part of that global movement. I want to thank the organizers and partners of this event, and every one of you attending this plenary. Your commitment really matters now more than ever. So let's keep standing up for freedom, for justice, for equality, for the simple but powerful idea that together we can shape a better future no matter what the odds may be against that promise. I wish you an inspiring and successful global progressive mobilization, and I look forward to seeing the work and activism that comes out of it. Thank you all.
She made history as Sweden's first female prime minister. It is a real pleasure to have with us Magdalena Andersson, former Prime Minister of Sweden and party leader of the Social Democratic Party.
Compañeros y compañeras.
Dear friends, dear comrades,
Barcelona! What a beautiful crowd of progressive forces we have here. And Pedro Sánchez, muchas gracias para invitarnos.
thank you, Pedro Sánchez, for having invited us.
Organize this fantastic event. And this event is organized in exactly the right moment. A moment where people across the world is seeing the consequences of right-wing authoritarian actions in their everyday life. A moment where the man in the White House is increasingly unpopular. And a moment when the Hungarians threw Orban out of power. And friends, my name is Magdalena Andersson, and this is the moment when in September I plan on becoming Prime Minister of Sweden again. Dear friends, on a few rare occasions during our lifetime, we witness the geopolitical landscape transform. And right now, the world as we know it is fundamentally changing. The world with international cooperation, international institutions, international trade, international law, it is not only under pressure. Authoritarian powers are holding it hostage. The world as we know it for the last 80 years, the world of yesterday, it is gone. And it will not come back. So we are finding ourselves as a critical juncture in history. And as progressives, we have to find an answer of what comes next. That is our responsibility to the millions of people across the world that trust us to build a better future for all. And how do we create a world where we solve problems together, where we uphold our ambitions not only to have law and order within our countries, but also between? And friends, why is the rules-based international order so important to progressives? Because it is important for ordinary people. Because so many of their everyday problems can only be solved at a global level. Climate change don't stop at the border. Pollution don't stop at the border. The powers of multinational companies don't stop at the border. The influence of big tech companies on our everyday lives don't stop at the border. And an increased global trade that has lifted millions of people out of poverty, it needs rules to function, and progressive politics for a fair distributions to all.
That is social democratic policy. And the opposite of a rules-based world order is a world when a few powerful men dominate the rest. And we won't let the authoritarian forces have their way. And that is why we will join forces with everyone who stands up for international law, stands up for democracy, and stands up for freedom. And friends, we're all here in the business of improving the lives of ordinary people. And that means that as social democrats, we must always have the answer to the question, how are we going to make ordinary people's lives better? If we don't have that focus, we lose elections. If you don't have that focus, we leave the field open for right-wing authoritarian forces. And right now, the world is facing a new war, leading not only to civilian suffering, but to higher prices and lower growth for all around the globe. And this is the time to show everyone across the globe that we have the answer for a better future for all. And then, what is our answer? I think of it as a triangle. One corner is a progressive economic program with easy-to-understand reforms that make everyday life easier. Let it be better pensions for blue-collar workers, affordable housing, good health care, education and elderly care regardless of income. But it has to be tangible reforms. The second corner is a forward-looking growth policy with investments in infrastructure, AI, green technology, a pro-growth agenda that attracts investments, creates jobs, and real wage income increases. And the third corner is a credible plan on how to make sure that people are safe in their communities. Because if you don't feel safe, you don't have any trust in the future. We have to make the conflict come back to material issues, not wage a culture war, because that's a war that the right-wing authoritarian forces will win. We have to make it back on material issues to prove that we can improve the lives of ordinary people. But let's be honest, we haven't been good enough at providing that answer, and that's why the right-wing authoritarian forces have been able to exploit it. My party, we have done important work during the last 4 years. We have listened, we have learned, we have returned to our roots, and we come back stronger, grounded in our core values, ready to take responsibility for our country again. Our mission is to improve the ordinary daily life of people, hard-working people across our nation, and strengthen the sense of community. I will not promise everything to everyone, but I will go above and beyond to make the life of ordinary Swedes a little better and a little easier, because that is what the Swedish people deserve, that is what people across the globe deserve, and this is how we build strong societies, this is how we build cohesion and a better future for all. Thanks for listening.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome all of you to Global Progressive Mobilisation. Thank you for being here with us all today. So it was progressive forces that built the welfare state and ensure social protections for all. With global economic pressures and persistent inequality, the welfare state is a priority. I am very glad to introduce the following speakers with us. Nadak Baknosini Gaulate, I hope I pronounced good your name, Vice President of Botswana. And then we have with us Kata Tuto, President of the European Committee of Regions. Thank you for being here with us. And Owen Jones, author. So I would like to begin now with the Vice President of Botswana, President Galot. Your government is promoting a new Botswana. How will you empower the citizens in Botswana, please?
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. We believe in what is called the new Botswana. This is a Botswana that we believe will be the best managed nation on the African continent, a nation that believes in unity, a nation that is the paragon of fairness, a nation that is the paragon of inclusive growth. We believe in building a nation that is high income, export-driven, digitally enabled, and people-centric economy. We believe that the welfare state did not fail. It stalled. We believe that what failed, or rather, what was meant to be a pathway from vulnerability to dignity and from dignity to participation in the economy has been lost. We lost the narrative when the pathway broke, when support did not lead to opportunity, when social protection did not lead to production. And the result is what many societies are now facing: systems that reach people but do not move people forward. So we need to reset, and the reset is clear. Protection alone is not transformation. Policy is not enough. Outcomes are what matters. We need to move, and we are moving, from consumption to production. We need to move from dependency to empowerment. We need to move from programs to pathways. And ultimately, dignity does not come from being supported. It comes from being able to participate. And for us in Botswana, this is not abstract. We will indeed build a high income, a people-centric economy where our welfare system becomes an enabling system, one that connects people to opportunity, not just support. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. And then I'll go to our dear Kata. President Tuto, you have been a long-standing fighter for democratic participation and equality of life at European and local level in Budapest. After 16 years, Viktor Orban will no longer be a prime minister in Hungary. So what does this mean for the people of the country and for Europe?
Thank you so much for all your support. We really felt it last Sunday. I come from Budapest, where citizens proved that it is the people who have the power, and they decided to take back the power for Viktor Orban. This is what they decided. I come from the city of Budapest, where the city and its mayor became, in the past 6 years, the symbol of resistance. But not just the symbol of resistance, but of showing a different path for Hungary. Last Sunday, we started to rewrite the story Hungary tells about itself to the world. But this story started to be written years ago, because when the government banned the Budapest Pride, Budapest held the biggest pride ever that has been organized all around.
Sí, señor.
We showed a different path in green transition, because when the Viktor Orban government strengthened the ties with Russia to buy more fossil fuels, Budapest joined the European cities who wanted to become climate neutral and be a champion of the green transition. And when the government took away the rights of civil society, when they concentrated the power, Budapest introduced participatory budgets, participatory measures to show that government and leadership can be different, can be better. This is why I always say, and this is our role here, this is why I came to call on all of the local leaders, that this is the time when the responsibility of local progressive leaders is bigger than ever, because local leaders are reserves of democracy, reserves of attention, and reserves of the progressive family, and this is the time to tap into these reserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kata, indeed. So, Mr. Jones, as a journalist, you advocate for a new distribution of wealth and power. To close the gap between rich and poor, what measure do you propose?
Friends, the concentration of wealth in the hands of so few is an existential menace. It's a global emergency. The richest 1% own half the world's wealth, and just 2,500 billionaires own 15%, but the bottom half of humanity have just 2% amongst them. It's not just unjust. It's bad for our economy. It drives asset bubbles instead of productive investment, and it suppresses the living standards of the majority. And it threatens our democracy, because of the concentration of wealth means the concentration of power. Think political donations, lobbying, media power, access. And that is why we need a tax on wealth, because we tax work more than wealth, even as the select few benefit from sitting on their rising wealth without lifting a finger. We need a tax on wealth because it will stop that wealth being locked in property and shares, instead of being invested in the real economy and increasing the spending power of ordinary people. Think of what we could do with this liberated wealth if we tax these fortunes. Since the banks crashed the economy and forced ordinary people to pick up the tab, we've been told that there isn't enough money for the welfare state and our public services. We have suffered a great reverse in our rights and progress. But we could invest in tackling the existential threat that confronts our species, the climate emergency, and in doing so create jobs and invest in services like public transport that improves lives. And indeed, the need to end that dependence on fossil fuels has been underlined by one or two things in the news as of late. But friends, we could also have that money to invest in housing, in healthcare, in education, and all-out war on child poverty. And this isn't an economy-wrecking measure. The International Monetary Fund, not exactly a den of raging lefties, they found that economic growth is weakened by the concentration of wealth in the hands of so few, whilst if we boost the spending power of those who are the majority, that boosts growth. But friends, there is another reason why this is existential finally. Our broken economic order fuels understandable disillusionment, fury and resentment, and that produces endless fodder for the rise of the far right. And friends, previous generations thought they had buried fascism, and at such cost, after a genocidal war of annihilation, but the fascists are back from the dead and they threaten to destroy democracy itself all over again. If we want to defeat them, we must defeat the causes of the despair that they feed from. So friends, let's tax wealth, invest in people, communities, planet, and save democracy from corruption by the rich and from the fascists. Solidarity.
Tax wealth. Very nice way to finish this first question. Thank you very much for your contribution. And let me now ask one final question to each of you. Citizens want policies to be effective. Do you progressive make sure this is the case? So I'll get back to you again, Mr. Jones. Please share your thought with us in 30 seconds. Mr. Jones, I was addressing to you. I don't know if you heard my question. No worries. The sound is a little bit, you know. Yeah.
Friends, we've got to remember that the way we win our rights and freedoms isn't the goodwill and generosity of those with power, it's the struggle and sacrifice of people from below. Those with power don't wake up one day and think, oh, I feel generous, I'm going to improve people's rights and their lives. They do so because people struggle and they fight. Whether it be women's rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights of minorities, workers' rights, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and we need to organise in our communities rather than just having hopes in leaders to solve all our problems. So let's build those communities, those movements from below, to take on those with power.
Thank you very much. Sorry, because the sound has sometimes travels, as you can hear. So, Ms. Tuto, we would like to listen to your views, and the floor is yours.
Yes, I have a mantra about, because hope goes together with optimism. And I always say we have to be the optimists of the world and Europe. But how? Because who is a pessimist? A pessimist is a person who is usually right, but has no happiness in being right. So who is an optimist? An optimist is a person who thinks that the future is uncertain. So she does everything in her power to change the future for the better. That is our duty. This is what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Final. Vice President Golat, what is your key takeaway?
Citizens no longer evaluate governments by intention. They evaluate them by lived experience. They ask the question, can I find work? Do services function? Is opportunity real? And the truth is, most policies do not fail in design. They fail in implementation. Analysis without execution is delay. Transformation is often blocked not by big ideas, but by small failures. Failures of processes that move too slowly, failures of systems that are fragmented, failures of decisions that no one owns to the end. So the shift we should be making and the shift we are making is very deliberate. We must move from fragmented programs to integrated systems. We must move from institutional mandates to citizen pathways. We must move from activity to outcomes. But there is a deeper layer beneath delivery. I call it trust, because systems do not succeed on design alone. They succeed on trust. They succeed on legitimacy. People participate when they believe that resources are well managed. Citizens participate when they know that government acts with integrity. Citizens participate when they know that results are visible. And we must be honest. A system that supports but does not empower is postponement. A system that collects taxes but does not deliver loses legitimacy. So the standard is simple. If people cannot feel progress, they will not believe in it. So, my end result is nations are not built by intention. They are built by execution.
Thank you very much. A big applause to all our speakers, please, here. I believe we got great insight in progressive welfare state and actions for citizens. Thank you, and thank you all that came from very long and far away to here to this global progressive mobilization. You are all very much welcome. Thank you very much.
Friends, welcome to the next panel on the green transition. My name is Johan Hassel. I'm a senior fellow at Center for American Progress. The green transition is essential for our generation and for future generations. It is also a central battlefield between progressives and reactionaries. And today we're here to discuss this, and I'm very pleased to welcome Teresa Ribera, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, and Antti Lindman, the leader of the Finnish Socialist Party. Mr. Lindman, your country, Finland, has one of the most ambitious legal frameworks to be carbon neutral by 2035. How can Finland's green transition serve as a role model for Europe's energy independence?
Thank you, Johan, and great to be here. I want to start with a story, because a little over 50 years ago, back 60s and 70s, Finland had a major political battle. The question was simple. Should our factories be allowed to pollute our lakes and rivers? Industry and, of course, the conservatives pushed back hard, but Finland decided, we will bring emissions under control. Today, we have one of the most cleanest and competitive industrial bases everywhere in the world. And that wouldn't be without that decision. This is, for me, the essence of the progressive politics, especially in environmental and climate policy. Former Swedish Prime Minister, I'm sure you heard, Stefan Löfven, wise man, once said when he was once asked that whether he was feared that new technology would take away jobs. His answer was smart. I'm not afraid of a new technology. I am afraid of old technology. Under social democratic leadership, under Prime Minister Sanna Marin's cabinet, Finland set one of the most ambitious climate goals in the world, to become the world's first carbon-neutral welfare society by 2035. Today, in Finland, we are at the opposition, and the right-wing government is pulling this goal in the wrong direction. But when we return, we will continue this work. Not only because it's the right thing for the future generations. We will continue because in the age when distant wars can suddenly cripple the economies of fossil-dependent countries, we understand that the answer is not more fossil dependency. It is to accelerate the green transition. We will continue because we don't want to finance Putin's cruel war in Ukraine. and we will continue because we see that the greatest opportunities for our economy lie on clean and new technologies. So that's why we want to set an example for the whole of Europe. But just in the end, I want to tell what matters me the most, personally. In the year 2035, it's very important for me personally. My daughter, who is turning 9 this year, will celebrate her birthday, 18th birthday, in November 35. I don't want her to ask me, Dad, why didn't you do enough so we could live in a clean planet? I want her to ask, how did you do it? How did you make Finland the world's first carbon-neutral welfare society? And this is what the progressive climate policy is about. It's about the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Vice President Ribera, people in this room remember when you did your job negotiating the social and the green transition in Spain. Now you are leading the battle in Europe to reconcile competitiveness, decarbonization, and social well-being. How do you reply to the reactionaries that try to make people afraid of the green transition?
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, bona tarda a tothom. Un placer estar aquí.
It's a pleasure for me being here again in Barcelona and in a room which is filled with energy, renewable energy, progressive energy. Yes, we can do it.
And we will succeed. What can I say? I would say that there are 3 steps that we need to take into consideration. First, build the long list of reasons why we want to bring the energy transition forward. The hidden cost that we want to avoid. Because climate change kills people, destroys wealth, and brings suffering. Climate change is one of the endeavors, challenges, and duties that we have to face. Health is another hidden cost. Vulnerabilities and dependencies that we do not want to afford. Intermittency of those energies that seem to be reliable but are not. But there are also positive reasons. There are races that we don't want to miss. We don't want to miss the opportunity to build competitiveness, to reduce costs, to allow resources to be reinvested in the people and to create more opportunities for the time to come. And of course, we want fairness, justice, affordability, opportunities for the people. The second step is how we can do it. And this is mainly a technical question. What are the homegrown possibilities that we have around us? How the system can work? How we can put things in place? How we can ensure that it is financially viable? But the most important step is thinking about the people. Thinking about those that have been working for generations to provide wealth and modernization of the economy around coal, around gas, and that expect dignity, recognition, and respect, but also opportunities for the time to come. So thinking about the workers, the neighbors, the regions that depend on a very concrete manner to understand energy, but also have developed solidarity and very important things in the progressive agenda of values. Think about the consumers that may be facing difficult times in the transition. And this is why anything that we want to succeed deserves political energy being committed on the ground, solidarity, preparation. This is the best way to achieve an energy transition that is fair and that brings competitiveness, to build clean tech, to lower the dependencies from abroad, to ensure efficient use of the resources, and to think of the people of today and the people of tomorrow. And yes, we Europeans, and not only Europeans, we the progressive of all over the world know that it is worth to work in this agenda. We know that this is the future that we want to build, a bright future, a fair future for all.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Annie. Antti, this is truly important points. And as we're closing this panel, I want you to address what is the message that each and single person within inside of this room should go home and carry when it comes to the green transition. What is the message? Antti.
My message, Johan, is simple. Don't be afraid of the future. Be afraid of standing still. The green transition is not a cost. It's our greatest opportunity of this era for security, for jobs, for justice, and for the planet. So carry this with you. Hope is a strategy, ambition is a plan, and the future belongs to those who build it, progressives.
That is truly right. The future belongs to the progressives. Executive Vice President Ribera, what is your message?
My message is always think about the people. Join forces for good causes. Find ways to ensure that people feel empowered and owning the project, thinking on their own future, and count and develop great leadership among the progressives, as we had the chance, by the way, to count here in Spain. Take care and do it for your people, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is our future. It's our children. It's our future generation. So let's make it happen. Thank you all.
Hola, Barcelona. Hello, dear friends. We are here to discuss about justice, economic justice, social justice, and tax justice, because inequalities are rising and workers feel the impact our social rights are under attack. I'm very pleased to welcome here Mr. Gabriel Zuckman, Professor of Economics and Director of the International Tax Observatory. Thank you. We have also Mr. Andreas Babler, Vice Chancellor of Austria and Party Leader of SPÖ. Welcome, Andy. And then we have Madame Esther Lynch, General Secretary of ETUC, representing 45 million workers in Europe. Mr. Zuckman, I will start with you. Fair taxation is a cornerstone of the social model, and you are the architect of a proposal for a global 2% minimum tax on the wealth, the tax on the billionaires. How can we build on this initiative to better balance economic power towards ordinary citizens and workers in line with the G20 presidency work that you have done?
Thank you so much. I have some good news for you to announce, which is that we are making progress. We are making tremendous progress to finally make billionaires pay their fair share. Research has played a very important role in this because there's a body of work that's been conducted over the last few years that has shown that the super rich pay much less tax relative to their income than the rest of the population. We cannot accept it. We cannot accept it because it's a violation of the basic principle of equality before the law. We cannot accept it because it deprives governments of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in tax revenue each year. And we cannot accept it because it undermines our democracies. Extreme wealth is always an extreme power. It's the power to influence markets. It's the power to influence the prevailing ideology by buying media. It's the power to influence policy making. It's the power to buy elections. There is always a fundamental tension in our democratic societies between an extreme concentration of wealth on the one hand and the very possibility of a well-functioning democracy on the other hand. So how are we going to fix that? Well, the fix has to involve creating a new principle, the principle that extreme wealth has to come with unavoidable duties towards society. That's the idea of an unavoidable minimum tax on the wealth of the super rich, which was first put on the agenda of the G20 by the Brazilian government in 2024. And this has created the beginning of an international movement. I want to praise, to commend the leadership of Brazil, of Spain, who are building a coalition of countries internationally to tax the super rich. I was in New York City a couple of days ago. I met with Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who is joining and supporting this battle to tax the ultra-wealthy. Today I met with a number of heads of state who express their support, who want to press ahead. So we're making tremendous progress. What we now need is national action, because it's an international movement, but it needs a national implementation. We need countries, I don't know if it will be France or Spain or the Netherlands, or it could be any country, to lead by example, to show that not only we must, but we can tax the billionaires. We need it to put our laws in compliance with our most basic principles of fairness, of equality before the law. We need it if we want democracy to prevail in what is going to be, what is already is, the great battle of the 21st century, the battle between democracy and oligarchy. And I'm very confident that in that battle, democracy shall prevail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Zuckman. Now I'm turning to Vice Chancellor Andreas Babler. Too many people are struggling to make ends meet, and the war in Iran has also added further pressure, increasing the cost of living. Your party has been fighting for more tax justice and more equality, but you are also a leader, and Austria is even a model for affordable housing. Why is it so important, from your point of view, to link the question of social, economic justice and the fight for democracy?
Yeah, compañeras y compañeros, dear comrades, I'm very glad that we are discussing this topic today. I'm very proud to be also a part of this progressive mobilization meeting. It's an historic moment, and we can all feel in this hall, but also outside, that this is a historic day for the progressive movement worldwide. When we talk about extremism and about defending democracy in Europe, we still often talk as if this only about institutions, about laws, about constitutional rules. All of that is important. And we will be the one defending all these points, because they are very, very important, even in these days. But over this, we have to found something like a new axis. Now we have the axis from right-wing, from authoritarians like Trump, like Milei, like Orban recently, like other guys. We have to build up a new alliance, a new axis, an axis of reason. Who cares about democracy? Who cares about international law? Who cares about human rights? Who cares about freedom of speech? Who cares about the freedom of press, of media? That's the progressive answer. That
work we need from this moment, from this specific day, also from here out. And because we are progressive, we can give another answer. Because the problem is that this is not the full picture. The full picture is that democracy always stands on two pillars. One is the liberal democracy. We will defend it. But it protects rights and it saves all the pluralism and the rule of law. The other one is exactly important from the progressive point of view, is the social side of democracy. The social pillar of social rights, of the same wages, of inequality, overcoming inequality in all the fields that we have. Only if these both pillars are strong, if these both pillars are strong, then we have a democracy that's truly stable, and that's the progressive point of view. And what we are seeing across that many countries in the world is that not only the liberal pillar is under pressure, also the social pillar is getting weaker and weaker from day to day. Therefore, we need an answer. Therefore, we know that this is why inequality is not only a social problem, it's a deeply democratic problem, and we have to solve it. That we can go on. If people no longer believe that democracy can improve their lives, anti-democratic forces will use that. And so we should also be honest in one big question all over the world. Still struggling, that's our task, still struggling for one fundamental right, with the clearest form of income inequality, what we are able to face. Inequality between women and men. For example, also in Austria, women still earn around the fifth less than men. It's us that we have to overcome these circumstances. That is a serious injustice, and we have to fight also against inequality to save democracy at all. And let me say in the end, that means real opportunities for every single child over the world, for fair wages, affordable housing, access to culture, to sport and to public life, and the chance to build a good life. That's our progressive approach towards saving democracy on both pillars. That is necessary to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Andy. I turn now to Madame Lynch. When the super rich don't pay their bill, it's the workers who pay the bills. Thankfully, we have fighters like you and more trade unions friends. The movement is pushing back against all forms of injustice and demand a wealth tax. We also would like to thank you for your commitment for the Global Progressive Mobilisation with the Trade Union Assembly that you held yesterday. And thank you for all the trade unionists that are present also here today. What are the unions doing to support taxes on the richest?
Thank you, Yannick. When President Sanchez called on the trade union movement to join this movement of movements and be part of the progressive mobilisation, I'm proud to say we answered that call. We came yesterday into an assembly, and in our assembly we committed to fight the far right. Our trade union response, our answer to the far right, is social justice and our trade union values. We do not defend the status quo because the status quo is failing too many workers. From tax injustice to economic injustice, to sexism, to homophobia, to all of the hate. We know that this needs to be challenged. We're part of the fight back. We're part of the fight for a fair future. And our answer to the far right is jobs. Not just any jobs, but quality jobs. Quality jobs in every sector and every region. Our answer to the far right is pay. Not poverty pay, but pay that you can afford to provide a home, food and a future for yourself and your family. Our answer to the far right is better conditions at work. Not stress, not burnout, not overmanagement by an algorithm, but a quality job based on fair terms and conditions. And our answer to the far right is not fear of the future, but a plan for the future, an industrial policy to deliver quality jobs with investment for the future, to make sure that every worker can succeed. So, we will fight together, we will win together, we will deliver that plan, a plan based on justice, on fairness, and with trade unions front and centre, both for the fight but also in the delivery, in the workplace and in our economy and societies. Thank you, Yannick.
Thank you very much, Madam General Secretary, and thanks to all speakers for these inspiring words. And so to close this panel, let me ask you one final question to each of you. Which is the best practice that you can share to ensure economic, tax and social justice? And I will start with the reverse order with you, Esther.
The best practice is to give undocumented workers a pathway to become documented. And I thank, on behalf of the European Trade Union Movement, President Sanchez and Spain for delivering that. It's the main way to fight exploitation, is to make sure that there's a level playing field for rights, for wages, for jobs. So really to thank, on behalf of the Trade Union Movement, everything you're doing for undocumented workers.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor, Mr.
Gracias, Vicecanciller.
Yeah, there are 2 points I want to mention in this short way. The first point is we must regulate the markets. Over the past decades, in many countries, governments stepped back from areas where they used to take responsibility. Again and again, when problems appeared, politics stopped saying, we will regulate this or we will solve this, and instead said, the market will take care of it. And the crises of the recent years have shown that this was a serious mistake. And this is the point where we have to go back to the analysis that the market has to work for the people. That's our point. The market has to work for the people, and when wealth grows faster than everything in the economy, we have to intervene. And that is exactly what we did in Austria, that we started in this government to intervene in many of fields and lots of questions. We have taxed excess profits in the energy and banking sectors. We have limited the ability of some companies to turn inflation into extra profit. We are also paying more attention to taxing private foundations where a lot of wealth is held, and we are collecting a fair share of the banking sector. And additionally, we acted on housing, because housing is not just another market. And the last point is tax the rich, and follow Gabriel Zuckman's points and his proposal. It's so important. It starts from a very simple democratic principle. That's your proposal, Gabriel, and I'm for it. Billionaires should not pay a lower share of their income of wealth than ordinary working people. Teachers, nurses, workers, and all the people who keep our societies running should not carry a heavier burden than those at the very top. And that's the proposal. Tax the rich. It's one of the best solutions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zuckman, the floor is yours for your concluding remark.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Thank you for your support. You know, it is not radical to ask the super rich to pay more tax than the rest of us. What is truly radical is the current situation, where they are allowed to pay almost nothing, where they are allowed to live in their own parallel society, in their own bubble. This is what we cannot accept anymore. Now, we need to work together to amplify the international movement that has started, that has continued today in Barcelona. This movement has begun, and I am certain, 100% certain, that it will be unstoppable and that we shall tax the billionaires.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Yannick Paulet, Deputy Secretary General of the PS, and I really would like to thank all the speakers for their eloquent message. And the message is clear. Economic inequalities needs to end. Social justice is the key. And tax justice with a billionaire tax is the tool that we need. Thank you very much. Thank you, Barcelona.
Now, for a musical break, recognized as one of the most influential Spanish-speaking rappers in history, please welcome on stage El Choyin.
No lo planeas, simplemente pasa, tu mundo cambia y de repente sientes que has quemado otra etapa, pierdes a alguien, porque se fue, porque te echó, porque le echaste, cuesta adaptarte, parte de ti quiere vivir como antes, no sabes cómo vas a hacer para seguir adelante, nadie puede enseñarte a vivir los momentos frustrantes, a ratos crees estar seguro de que vas a ahogarte, se han llevado a la orilla a otra parte, nada no parece siquiera importante, los consejos suenan vacíos e insignificantes. Tu mundo es tuyo, a ti no puede entenderte nadie. El dolor poco a poco se convierte en tristeza y es incluso peor porque afecta al motor y no deja que arranque las ganas en tu cabeza. Dos opciones ahora se presentan, te dejas llevar o te frenas, te puedes hundir en la pena o puedes luchar contra ella. Acepta la ayuda de fuera, pero no olvides que es tu problema. Tú debes de ser el que lo enfrente, tú debes de ser quien lo resuelva. Hay una salida que espera por cada laberinto en el que te metas y eres uno mientras la buscas y pasas a ser otro en cuanto la encuentras. Nunca es la misma persona, aquella que sale y que aquella que entra. Cada experiencia te esculpe. Esculpir es quitar lo que sobre la fuerza. No busques finales de cuentos, los cambios ocurren y no hay moraleja. Si hay una cosa que se acierta es que ninguna amargura es eterna. De las cenizas del fuego que consumió a aquel hombre que yo resurjo con fuerza. Y no es una pesa, no lo hago para que me crean, es una certeza. No existe ese golpe que pueda dejarme tirado a la arena, no hasta que me muera, ya no. No hasta que sepa que cumple mis metas, soy yo. Aquello que queda y no lo recuerdos que la vida arranca y se lleva. Sé que añoro montones de cosas, sé que nunca volveré a tenerlas. El mundo sigue girando. Golpe más sabio, un golpe más realista, un golpe más preparado. El miedo es de sensatos, pero rendirse a él es de mediocres. Podré tener muchos fallos, pero no seré de los que se esconden. Vivir es la asignatura que estudias año tras año y no hay vacaciones, solo lecciones, mi hermano. Se aprende de los errores. Tampoco es que sea complicado, es cuestión de tiempo que te equivoques, pero si he aprendido algo es que todo depende de cómo lo enfoques. Confías o que he dudado, me hundí desde allá abajo. Daba la sensación de que ya no valía la pena intentarlo, pero luego renovarlo como el ave que nace del fuego lleno de nuevos proyectos. Quiero intentarlo de nuevo, hoy pretendo poner todo mi esfuerzo en hacerlo siempre de acuerdo con lo que siento yo. En cada momento más contradictorio y complicado, así soy yo, con mis virtudes y pecados, pero yo soy una norma superior a la que dice que yo debo demostrar valor y ánimo frente a los frentes que no están y la tentación. Ser un ejemplo de completa determinación, se le corrió la tormenta aunque llueva, mi cabeza siempre atente, siempre fuera. Nadie podrá ser capaz de hacer que no crea que tengo fuerza para hacer y pasar lo que sea. Aquí decido al demonio utilizo que era y me quito la mochila que me tiene de piedras. Un nuevo yo despierta, un nuevo yo mejor de lo que era. He dejado que las cosas sucedieran, pero vuelvo a ser yo el tipo que retoma el control de sus riendas. Un nuevo enfoque, una nueva era, nueva pobreza de enfrentar lo que quiera que venga. Yo le digo adiós a la tristeza. Gracias por la compañía para dejarnos dejarlo, princesa. Hoy sé que la liberación estaba en mi cabeza, que la energía existía aunque no la viera. Tenía derecho a descansar en mi ratito de pena, pero ya pasó. Cuando se muda lo de fuera, esto es lo que queda. Energía, energía, energía. Justicia para Palestina. Injusticia para los genocidas.
A strong driving force of progressive renewal at the heart of Europe. Please give a round of applause for the Vice Chancellor of Germany and party leader of the SPD, Lars Klingbeil.
Dear friends, comrades, let me start by thanking all the people who organized this wonderful event. There are several organizations, a lot of people spending a lot of power and motivation for having this event. But there's one person, and I will thank you in the name of the German delegation, but I think also in the name of all others here in the room. It's Pedro Sanchez. Pedro, I want to thank you for your leadership, for organization of this event. You are a true leader. Thank you so much. And friends and comrades, take a look around this room. Leadership from every continent, different histories, different traditions, but we are united by the same progressive values. To fight for freedom, for justice, for prosperity for the many. And these are not slogans, these are values that are our mandate. And yes, in times of war, in times of crisis, in times of polarization, in times like these, progressives do not retreat. We organize, we lead, we build alliances. Where others try to divide us, we show here the progressive forces of this world stand together and united. And I said it before, thanks to Pedro Sanchez, to Stefan Löfven, to all the others organizing this event. And I'm convinced the time is right because we are needed. Where others spread hatred and division, we build bridges and stand for diversity. Where others deepen the fractures in our societies and exploit the weakest for political gain, we stand for solidarity. Where others rely on war and pure power policy, we choose international law, diplomacy and peace. This is our way. And everyone is talking about the war in Iran. But let us be very clear and put the war in Ukraine on the agenda. And there is only one clear message. Putin has to stop this war in Ukraine. This is important, friends and comrades. The world is moving into a new order. We have seen the actions of President Trump regarding Venezuela and Iran. To make that very clear, I have no sympathy for those regimes. But I also want to make very clear, international law cannot simply be pushed aside. It cannot be simply pushed aside. And this is why Pedro Sanchez and other leaders make very clear, this is not our war. And we, comrades, we in Europe have seen the confrontation with President Trump over Greenland. We Europeans were vocal. We were united. We have shown that Europe's integrity and territory is not negotiable. Not today, not ever. Our position, our united position was a success, and we made very clear no one should be able to blackmail us in Europe. But we still have to do our homework. We still have to do our homework. Europe has to become much more stronger, more resilient and more capable of action. It's not against others, but never dependent on others. We have to strengthen the partnership with the Global South. And comrades, let me also underline that in too many places, wealth is concentrated in ever fewer hands. There are tech oligarchs. There are tech oligarchs shape public debate without democratic accountability. Fear has become a business model for them. Division is a political strategy for them. Power is being misused by them. These tech bros want people to believe that democracy is too slow,
that solidarity is too weak, that justice is too expensive. Look at people like Peter Thiel, who once said, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible." Comrades, we know better. We know better. We know better. It's not the rule. It's not the rule of the strong, but the rule of the law. It's not walls between nations. It's partnership between democracies. It's not the privilege for the few. It's the opportunity for the many. And this is the fight of our time, comrades. This is the fight of our time. Dear friends and comrades, the global right is organized. It's organized across borders and across continents, and so we must be too. The far right is international, and so we must be too. The future does not belong to the loudest. The future belongs to those who build bridges, who stand together, to those who refuse to give up on democracy. Today in Barcelona, every continent is represented, because the fight for democracy has no borders. So let us fight for democracy, for our communities, for the people. Let us fight for our people and let us fight together. I am convinced, comrades, this is not just a political contest. This is a fight for democracy, and we intend to win it. Thank you.
Hola, Barcelona. Progressives have always stood up for strong workers' rights. In the current global economic context, empowering workers is key. We will discuss this today with the following speakers. Mariana Mazzucato, Professor in Economics of Innovation and Public Value, UCL. Paul Magnet, leader of PS Belgium. And Jesse Klaver, leader of GroenLinks PvdA in the Netherlands. Professor Mazzucato, participation, reciprocity and reward sharing are central to your vision. How can governments redesign the economy to strengthen workers' rights in 21st century jobs and drive social purpose?
So it's a very, very important question, and to be honest, biologists are much more rigorous than economists. When a biologist uses the word ecosystem, they will actually differentiate a symbiotic ecosystem from a parasitic one. So a progressive mobilization really needs to focus on how to change the social contract between all the different actors in the economy, capital, labor, public, private, but we have a huge problem. The labor share of global income has fallen over time, the profit share has increased, and the investment share has also fallen. So we have an economy which allows profits, but those profits are not reinvested back in. So this idea of reciprocity is to make sure that every government is held accountable. We should not have procurement contracts, subsidies, guarantees, public loans, or bailouts during COVID that are not about a real deal. What is business giving back? And currently the problem is there's been something like 7 trillion, that's 12 zeros for those who forgot, of share buybacks in the economy. So when profits are being made, businesses are just buying back their shares to boost stock prices, stock options, and executive pay. So the idea of reciprocity is how do we actually make sure, for example, that when a government gives the water right to Pepsi-Cola or Coca-Cola, there's a contract which demands that the industrial wastewater be recycled. Instead of what? The current situation where 80% of industrial wastewater is not recycled. In other words, sustainability is a choice. Second, how can we make sure that, for example, any public loan is conditional, that the profits are reinvested back into the economy, that improve working conditions, worker pay, and actually use energy-efficient supply chains, even when it's semiconductor companies. In other words, sustainability is not just about energy, it's about actually embedding sustainability into how we do everything, how we move, how we dress, how we grow our food. And again, this is not currently what we do. And so ultimately, this is also about admitting that the economy is an outcome. There are no economic pressures. Anytime someone says to you, the market pressure, that's not true. The market is an outcome of how business is organized. Is it maximizing shares or maximizing stakeholder value? How government is organized, is it just fixing market failures, or is it actively driven by public value and negotiating properly with business instead of just giving giveaways? And ultimately, this has to be embedded in how we do all policies like industrial strategy. And, you know, even though we need renewable energy, I can tell you renewable energy is one of the sectors that currently is evading a lot of tax. So instead of thinking about sectors, think of outcomes and how can we actually make sure that we have true transformation driven by investment, reciprocity, improving working conditions, worker pay, and that is about innovation because growth is a function of investment, and if we allow inertia in the system, profits to be had without reinvesting, that is not an innovative economy. And we progressives need to hold all the different actors to account when we talk about industrial strategy or innovation for good and not for bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariana. Paul, Mr. Magnet, against the conservative tide, you fight for quality jobs, sustainability, and for the workers' rights. Can you explain a bit more why, as progressives, we have the best way forward?
Well, thank you, Sar, and buenas tardes, Barcelona. It's so good to see thousands of friends gathered here in this immense hall. It's really a warm, warm message for us all. So yes, in Belgium, under the former government, with the socialists in the government, we created 300,000 jobs. And we got 400,000 people out of poverty in less than 4 years. And how did we do that? Well, it's quite simple. We increased the minimum wage with 400 euros. We increased the minimum pensions with 400 euros. And we invested massively, notably in public health. And it works. To be honest, compañeras, compañeros, there is one European government that did it better than us. And that government, that's your government, Pedro. That's Spain, and thank you for that. Thank you for showing the way for all the rest of Europe. This is very, very important. The right wing, the conservatives, the far right, they will always say, like Margaret Thatcher, there is no alternative. We have to cut the expenses. We have to reduce the wages. We demonstrate every day that there is an alternative, that we can do it differently. They want to cut the expenses in the public jobs. We invest in public services and climate transition. They want to reduce the wages. We support the low wages and the minimum wage. And it works. And we have a better growth. And we have a better economic transition and better energy prices for the people. And also, dear friends, dear comrades, this is the only way towards what should be the major target of all the socialists. We need to build full employment again. We need to give every citizen a job, a decent job, a well-paid job. Unemployment is a cancer in the society. It divides the citizens. It opposes the workers among themselves. And it reduces the workers' rights and the workers' wages. Full employment not only gives everyone the capacity to do its best in the society, but also gives the worker the capacity to negotiate better rights and better wages. And we socialists, we know that the real heroes in the society are not the oligarchs and the billionaires. The real heroes in the society are the workers, the trabajadores, those who wake up every morning very early to educate our children, to take care of our parents, to produce the goods that we need. So good friends, compañeras, compañeros, the far right, the conservative, they will try to divide us. They will try to divide the population, but you will keep united. I will always remember a phrase that my parents told me that I was a little boy. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. What was that saying?
Unido.
Muchas gracias, compañeros.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Klaver, yes, sir. Your party champions green and just transition. The conservatives, the far right, say that this is destructive for workers and citizens. What is your message?
Buenas tardes. You know what's destructive for people? The far right. That's destructive for people. And I hope everybody has a good day. And I hope everybody has a good Congress. But from up tomorrow, we need to get into the streets. Not being together here, but in the streets. Because we need to show the people that we are not fighting for them, but we are fighting with them. The extreme right is doing more harm to our societies than you possibly can imagine. It's not only about the hatred they are spreading, it's about the way they are ruining our economies. They are ruining the way our families and our countries can live. And what we need is progressives who are united. So in the Netherlands, we did something special. We brought the Greens and the Social Democrats together. We brought them together in a new party and we called them the Progressive Netherlands. Pro. And I hope in all your countries you try to do the same. Because for too long, in my opinion, progressives are fighting each other. We try to fight each other and convince each other that we are better. But we need to be in this fight together. We have to do it side by side. So I hope that in all the countries we're coming from, we find our companions. Not only in political parties, but also in civil society. That is the only way forward, in my opinion. So thank you all. And thank you especially, Pedro Sanchez, for bringing us all together and showing you your leadership to the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, yes, sir. To close this panel, Professor Mazzucato Mariana, what is your final message when it comes to workers' rights and labor markets in the 21st century?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm very happy to announce that with Minister Cuerpo, we've launched today the Global Council on New Economic Thinking for a Common Good Economy. And the problem we have, the reason we have not been embedding workers' rights at the center of the economy is that within economics even, we don't really have a theory of the common good. You'll have heard words like public good. It sounds good. Two words, one is good, but it's just a correction. It's a correction again for market failure. That's why we hear about financial gaps. 7 trillion in a financial gap for the Sustainable Development Goals. And that always makes it sound like there's a hole where we have to go throw money, as opposed to structuring our economy, structuring procurement, structuring public loans, to have that good at the center. And if you think about philosophy, they've been talking about the common good for much longer than economists, and Aristotle even. He said the goal, the telos, but also the polis, not the police, but the polis, the community. And the idea is that the how we treat each other, capital, labor, public-private, public citizens, matters as much as what we're trying to do. So that's why we've called this council on the common good economy. And what you've just said is critical. We cannot talk about in a progressive coalition, we will do good things for people. No, no, no. With them, but that means we need to listen. So it's not just about workers' rights. We need workers' voice, real deliberation at the center of the strategies, at the center of the future of industrial strategy. We should stop having tokenistic representation. And I'll finish by saying something that I learned in Brazil during the COP conference that we just had in the Amazon. The Secretary for Traditional Peoples, when the Amazon Fund was presented, she said, again, you're going to create a fund for us? She said, we need to govern the fund. You need to see us as innovators. We have been preserving the forests for 1,000 years. Pay us for the innovation and the knowledge we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesse Klaver, Mariana Mazzucato, and Paul Magnet.
A courageous voice for democracy and civil rights in a time where they're under attack in his country. We're thrilled to have with us today Özgür Özel, leader of the Republican People's Party of Turkey.
Değerli yoldaşlar, bugün bu kürsüden dünya...
Valuable comrades, today from this platform I'm very much honored to address to all the comrades who are talking for the freedom, equality, democracy and multilateralism. I'm very happy and I'm very much honored. There's so many international platforms that brings us together, but this time it is different. It is different because today we're all together. The polarized, divided, destructive politics. Instead of that, we're united by a politics bringing strength to all of us. We're very much enthusiastic about it. 1.5 years ago, the seeds were put in the soil all together. This is a new journey, and we're very determined and very happy that we're in this journey. The PES is hosting this event, and the Socialist International, together with the Progressive Alliance, are not going to be standing next to each other, but they will be joining their strengths and they will be walking together. This was the proposal that united us today here. My friend Pedro, the president of the Socialist International and the Progressive Alliance, that led the way for this, my dear friend Lars, and the most important contribution that came from Stefan Löf and from the PES president, and all these three leaders, on behalf of them, under their name, I would like to greet each and every one of you, my valuable comrades. My valuable friends, authoritarianism is increasing in the world, and democracy and the rule of law is trying to be destructed, is trying to be destroyed. Today, what brings us together is the determination to stop this destruction. In the second quarter of the 21st century, the robots are learning from each other, and dark factories and AI was worrying us, but suddenly we have found out that there are authoritarians who are talking to each other, and there are dark politics that are learning from each other, that are reinforcing each other. And rule of law, democracy, equality, justice, and social welfare is being destructed, and they're not hesitant to do so. This is the understanding we're facing now. And now this unity in this whole is the best answer against this destructive power. What we need is learning from each other, teaching each other, and giving more strength to each other by the progressives. And this is the will in this whole. And today, from 6 continents, we have the progressives coming from all around the world. And we are declaring a mobilization. Mobilization is the rules and democracy and the institutions that are being fragmented by authoritarianism. And our call is to make democracy live, to strengthen the rules and the solidarity. My dear comrades, last week in Hungary, a very important message was given to the whole world. Everybody who is against authoritarianism, maybe in the short run they will be sacrificing from themselves, but they will be strengthening and formulating a new front of democracy. And we have seen that you can get the power from the people, and really you can defeat authoritarianism. Hungary proved this to us. And we did that in Turkey during the last local elections. After 47 years, we made our political party to be the first party in our country. We got 65%. We are now governing the local administrations that covers the 65% of our country. And the governing party was defeated, had a major defeat in the end. The elected mayor of Istanbul, he was elected by 15.5 million people. He was voted by 15.5 million people as a nominee for the coming presidential elections. And for more than 1 year, we are fighting with millions out on the streets to protect his rights, to protect the will of the people, to protect democracy and justice. And for that, we've organized 105 gigantic meetings, rallies. We don't call them rallies, actually. We call them demonstration actions. 105 demonstration actions we have taken out in different provinces out on the streets for the freedom of Ekrem İmamoğlu, to get him out of prison. 26 million people signed a petition for Ekrem İmamoğlu to be released. So all the Democrats are participating in this alliance of Turkey. So everyone became a symbol. And we have a motto from Brecht. There's no salvation alone, either all of us together or none of us. Either all of us or none of us. As my last words, greeting Palestine. In Ukraine, in Iran, all the women and all the children, we're greeting them. All the victims and all the people who are suffering around the world, all the children, we're greeting each one of them. All the women, we're greeting each one of them. No to war, no to war. Yes for peace, and now for peace. Either all of us or none of us. No salvation alone. Either all of us or none of us. No salvation alone. Either all of us or none of us.
Friends, let's now speak about democracy. We just saw the video. My name is Thomas Vorbel. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the Party of European Socialists, and it's a pleasure and an honor for me to welcome with me here on the stage 3 true fighters for democracy. And I start with Risa Ontiveros, Senator from Akbayan Citizen Action Party from the Philippines. Welcome.
Thank you, Thomas.
Next to Alicia Barcena, Minister of Environment from Mexico. Also a warm welcome, please. And then someone I actually don't have to introduce, but of course I will do it. Please welcome Irache Garcia Perez, leader of the S&D group in the European Parliament. We all know democracy is under pressure right now worldwide, with authoritarian leaders and regimes attacking its values, attacking its institutions. And the question we want to discuss here is how to renew democracy in this context. And Risa, let's start with you. You have been at the forefront of defending democratic values in your country, of defending democratic accountability in the Philippines in difficult times. What is the one decisive action government must take today to protect our democracy? It's your turn.
Tama, one decisive action for governments to genuinely protect the independence of institutions that hold power to account. Institutions must be protected from political capture. In the Philippines, I've seen this up close. We know what it means to live through typhoons, economic insecurity, and bullying by superpowers. And what makes that bearable, what makes survival possible with dignity, is not a strong man who promises order. It is functional, trustworthy institutions that truly serve the people. But we have also watched those institutions come under great pressure. Courts, commissions, human rights bodies, weakened, captured, or ignored. And when that happens, the price is paid, as it always is, by the most vulnerable. Our farmers, our fisherfolk, our workers, the millions of Filipino overseas workers in the Middle East right now face deep uncertainty because of the decisions emanating from Washington and Tel Aviv and then Tehran. Decisions in which they had no part. So, what does protection actually look like? First, let us holistically empower civil society formations. In the Philippines, this countervailing force proved that it was not only the formal institutions that held the line alone during the previous administration. It was journalists, and our Nobel laureate Maria Ressa is here, lawyers, women's groups, churches, and ordinary people who refused to normalize what was happening. Second, international solidarity and peer pressure. So gatherings like this one really matter. When democratic backsliding is named, documented, and called out by peers, it raises the cost of impunity. Bilateral and multilateral relationships should have democratic accountability conditions built into them. And of course, there must be political will at the top. Ultimately, institutions are only as strong as the leaders and the peoples who choose not to abuse them. That is why elections matter. That is why who holds power matters. So today, I hope we commit to acting on these. Let us all commit to the principle that no government, no matter how powerful, is beyond accountability. Gracias.
Risa, thanks a lot. And now coming to you, Alicia. It's a special pleasure that you're here, and drawing from your extensive experience also in diplomacy, let me ask this question. What is the best effective way to build stronger international cooperation and to defend democratic values also on this international level. Please give us your thoughts on this.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, Barcelona.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, Barcelona. How are you all? Please welcome our greetings from a team under transformation. Democracy is under question. It's questioned both at international and national level. And it is a structural tension that is spread all over regions, different political systems and societies with authoritarian narratives that are really eroding the trust in the institutions, and we are facing a global asymmetry with a double standard. This is why from progressive forces and from the progressive side, and I thank President Sanchez, and I also greet with lots of love José Luis Zapatero, who's also a good friend in Spain. Very many thanks Spain, because you know that democracy will not fail, but it requires bold answers, because we need to eliminate and combat the culture of privilege, the double standards. Equality is the other face of democracy, and this is why we need a progressive path in order to build states that are there to guarantee the respect for rights, to reduce the divides, to create real democracies, to get politics as a tool, as a true transformation tool, so that democracies are more participatory. It is not enough to defend democracy as an idea. We need to do that on an everyday basis with the people, everything; without the people, nothing. And democracy has to be feminist, must be feminist. Gender equality is not some add-on, is a basic condition of democracy. I belong to the fourth transformation movement, La Cuarta Transformación in Mexico, with the first woman as the president of the country in 200 years of existence. And she wants to send you her more warm greetings. We need to strengthen multilateralism, international democracy. We cannot let ourselves, as progressive forces, to lose out in democracy. We need to combat war, as José Luis Zapatero said. Let's opt for peace. But peace will only be achieved if we manage to have a United Nations organization which is more equitable. And no country, whatever powerful it is, can continue behaving unilaterally. We must eliminate the fact from the UN, the veto. That is a tool that paralyzes. The progressive reaction must be global, in solidarity, because in this world in which we live in, multilateralism is more important than ever, and this is why the structures that were created in 1945 are no longer good for the current realities of the world. We need a multilateral system which is new, renovated, different, that truly represents us all, men and women and children. And so, dear progressive friends, dear comrades, dear brothers and sisters, we need a new vision from the progressive front, because democracy cannot be defended alone. It must be cared for, renewed, and progressive that is now getting us together. Here is the path towards equality. Thank you very much.
Alicia, thanks a lot for this really strong, convincing message. And now, Irache, let me come to you. Under your leadership, the S&D Group is in the European Parliament the driving force for democracy. And let me add that it is the shield against the far right in Europe. So, what needs to be done on the European level? The floor is yours, Irache.
En primer lugar, permitirme, amigos y amigas, hacer una pequeña...
First of all, dear friends, let me start with a opening thought. It is not by chance that a panel that speaks on how to defend democracy in the world is a panel made up of strong women, of women who are in leadership position, women who are able to change the world. Because when people are actually acting against our rights, the rights of women are really weakening democracy, and this is why we are very well aware that today more than ever is necessary to defend a democracy in which all of us, men and women and children, are the real protagonist actors and actresses. We had a right, that was the result, the outcome of a conquest. But future generations need to understand that democracy needs an everyday fight. Democracy is under threat from within the European Union and from outside the European Union. So our reply, our answer must be of double. First of all, to reinforce basic rights, defend the right to abortion, defend the LGBTI rights, defend the real equality, and never ever allow gender-based violence, which is violence against half of the world's population. We will never allow that, but we need to go beyond that, well beyond that. Democracy cannot be defended just with legislation. It is defended with social justice. When people feel that the system works, democracy is strengthened. When people feel that the system has deceived them and left them behind, democracy weakens. And this is why it's important to strengthen democracy, because protecting democracy is guaranteeing decent salaries, public services and equal opportunities for all. And it is also defending multilateralism, because a world which is not based on rules is a democracy that is losing out. And our clear task is to protect democracy, to strengthen democracy, and to make it a useful tool. We are now in a historical moment. All of you present here, men and women, you are the actors of this huge worldwide movement from the progressive side, from the left, and we'll be able to change the world into a fairer world, thinking in those who need it most.
Thanks a lot. I think that was a really strong message as well. And now let's come to a quick final question and a quick answer on that. And let's speak about hope. What is your hope for democracy today? Please, Risa, start you.
My hope for democracy is that it is felt in the lives of ordinary people. That overseas Filipino workers know that our government will protect their rights and welfare, especially while they are abroad. That our farmers and fisherfolk, rural women and indigenous peoples feel the protection of government so that they can continue making a livelihood in the countryside. That women, survivors of violence, our sisters, are not doubly or multipliedly victimized in legal proceedings and receive a measure of justice in those courts. Because democracy is only meaningful when it delivers. And right now, too many people have stopped believing it can. That cynicism is the greatest threat that confronts us, greater even than any authoritarian leader. So my hope is not just for the survival of democracy, it is for the renewal of democratic institutions, for democracy that is accountable, responsive, and felt. Because in the end, our peoples don't need reminding that they must defend democracy. They need to experience it working for them. Muchas gracias.
Alicia, what is your hope?
Mi esperanza, mi sueño.
Yeah, my hope and my dream is that the United Nations brings us hope back, that UN protects public property, that promotes climate justice, that fights against armed race, that protects the weakest, that eliminates this very bad double standard in which we create a state like the State of Israel, only meaning the destruction of another state. That cannot be accepted.
The floor is yours. Your hope.
Mi esperanza.
My hope is quite simple but very firm, is that we go back to prove that democracy is not just the best political system, but the system that better protects the people's dignity. I believe in a democracy that is not just a resist movement. Resistance is very important, but we cannot stop at resisting. We need to move forward. We need to be open to cooperation, a democracy that is not fearful of the future, but that rather builds the future. And I, above all, feel and believe in a democracy that delivers, because when democracy delivers, people defend democracy, and there we will find us all together along that path.
So, let me thank all the three of you. I think you proved you are real fighters for democracy. We saw that. And let me sum it up. I think there's one message, there's one task, there's one responsibility. Let's save and protect our democracies together in our countries, on our continents, and around the world. Give a big applause to these three fighters for democracy. Thanks a lot.
We need international support for the day after Gaza. We need a political solution for all of Palestine so October 7 does not repeat itself, so there will be no hostages, no prisoners, no occupation, no oppression, only freedom. And that is how the day after for Gaza should look like.
Either annexation, which is totally unacceptable, which I will never support, or separation on the way to two-state solution.
We are honored to welcome to the stage Nobel Prize laureate and defender of human rights, Maria Ressa. A man who has dedicated his life to justice, his people, and peace. We are very honored to welcome on stage the former Prime Minister of Palestine, Mr. Mohammed Shtaya.
My dear friends, my dear Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, my dear President Cyril Ramaphosa, my dear friend Stefan Lovan, my dear friends the Spanish people, my dear friends the socialists who are gathered here. In the name of the 72,000 Palestinian innocents who have lost their lives, I thank you. In the name of the 150,000 Palestinians who were injured, I thank you. In the name of the 251,000 house owners whom their houses were destroyed in Gaza and in the West Bank, I thank you. In the name of the Palestinian people, I thank you. In the opening of this wonderful gathering, the President of Catalonia this morning said, what should be and what should not be written in stones. I want to say to you that we wrote in stones that Palestine should be free and Palestine is for the Palestinian people. It is written in stone that Jerusalem is the eternal capital of Palestine. It is written in stone that the Palestinian refugees have the right to return to their homes. My dear Prime Minister, I am not here to complain. And this is not a wailing wall. I am not here to cry. I am here standing as a proud Palestinian who is fighting for the liberty of his people. I am here proud that the Palestinians have the highest university graduates in the region. I am here proud that Jerusalem is part of Palestine. I am here proud that Jesus was born in Palestine. I am here proud that we have been fighting for 100 years, and I want to assure you that with your support we will make it. Mr. Prime Minister, my dear friends, we all know that the darkest moments are the ones before dawn. We might be living in the darkest moment at the moment, but I want to assure you, we are only 15 minutes away from freedom. We all know that apartheid regime has collapsed because of the unity of those who love peace and justice. It's because we were united in the same way that you are united under one single ceiling in Spain, in Barcelona. We are mobilizing together the whole progressive forces for peace and justice. Also, I am here to say, regardless of how painful the situation is, I stand here to tell you that we are regenerating hope in the hearts and minds of every Palestinian man and woman. Let's mobilize for ending occupation. They are destroying cities, villages, refugee camps, but they will never destroy our determination for freedom. They will never destroy our ability to move forward, and they will never destroy our will. My dear friends, settler colonialism is now in the history books. We together should make the Israeli Zionist colonization of Palestine also in the history books. It should be removed and we together we will defeat the Zionist settler colonial program in Palestine. I know what Nelson Mandela said when he was released from jail. I know what President Ramaphosa said when I was in South Africa a few months ago, that South Africa will not be free until Palestine is free. And you together, we will help us to be free. Mr. Prime Minister, you are a courageous man. We are proud of you. We are proud of all what you do. We are proud of what you stand for, you and your people who are standing here together. I only regret one thing. I only regret one thing, that the Prime Minister of the State of Israel was not invited here to see that the whole world is standing against him, that he should see that the whole world is with Palestine. My dear friends, my dear friends, the future is not for the destroyers. The future is for the builders. Let's mobilize to stop genocide. Let's mobilize to take criminals to court. Let's mobilize for peace and justice. Let's mobilize for Palestine to be free. Palestine will be free. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Barcelona. Thank you, Spain. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And thank you, all those who are gathered here for peace and justice. God bless you. Thank you so much. Palestine will be free with your support. Thank you.
Coming from Brazil, a Latin Grammy Award nominee, please warmly welcome to the stage musician Roger.
Gracias. camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Claro, ele invernou, quebrar não quebrou, cair não caiu. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Capoeira mudou, tem sangue na boca, mas é do Brasil. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Brasil, camarada. Sou do Brasil, camarada. Meu Brasil mora dentro do meu violão. É a força da sua canção, é o batuque do seu candomblé. Meu Brasil é mistura de raça e de cor, soberano e não perde valor. É o samba com a bola no pé. Meu Brasil, se eu tiver que sair por aí, vou morrer de saudade de ti, mas eu volto com a graça de Deus. Com orgulho de ser um zumbi, zumbi, descendente também de zumbi, brasileiro no mundo sou eu. Meu Brasil, dona Mônica está, se ela é Marielle, é a avó da mulher, bossa nova na voz de João. Natureza de fauna e de flor, e não cabe em mim esse amor. Meu Brasil de Garrincha e Belé. Natureza de fauna e de flor, e não cabe em mim esse amor. Meu Brasil de Garrincha e Belé. Rio de Angola do nosso terreiro se tornou um lapisoneiro. Viva a viola, bate o pandeiro, trilha sonora que o mundo inteiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. La la la ya la ya la, la la la ya la ya, canta pra mim. La la la ya la ya la, la la la ya la ya. E quando o dia amanhece que a gente percebe esse é o futuro do nosso país. A batucada à noite virou madrugada, e desse povo que sabe o que diz. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. La la la ya la ya la, la la la ya la ya, la la la ya la ya, la la la ya la ya. Rio de Angola pro nosso terreiro, e se tornou um moleque um zoneiro. Viva cavaco, piola e pandeiro, trilha sonora que o mundo inteiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, é 100% povo. Samba, samba, é 100% povo brasileiro. Samba, samba, vem, é 100% povo. La la la ya la ya la, viva! La la la ya la ya, hey! La la la ya la, vai! La la la ya la ya, vai! La la la ya la, diz! La la la ya la ya, oh! La la la ya Saúde, família!
Que perdí mis manos en Jerez y mis ojos en Roma. Crecí y el descaro lo aprendí por Barcelona. Perdí mi lengua en París, mi tiempo en los hills en Milán, la sonrisa en UK, pero mi corazón nunca ha sido mío, yo siempre lo doy. Coge un trozo de mí, quédatelo pa' cuando no estés en tu reliquia. Soy tu reliquia, seré tu reliquia. Perdí la fe en DC y la amiga en Bangkok, un mal amor en Madrid y en México el blond, la mala hostia en Berlín y el hasta en Grana. Perre nació el coraje, pero el cielo nació en Buenos Aires. En Japón lloré y mis pestañas deshilé, y en la ciudad de cristal fue que me trasquilé. Pero el pelo vuelve a crecer, la pureza también, la pureza está en mí y está en Marrakech. No soy una santa, pero estoy blessed. Pero mi corazón nunca ha sido mío, yo siempre lo doy. Coge un trozo de mí, quédatelo pa' cuando no estés, seré tu reliquia. Soy tu huyendo de aquí, como huida fluida, somos delfines saltando, saliendo y entrando, en el aro escarlata y brillante del tiempo. Es solo un momento, mar eterno y bravo, la eterna canción, ni tiene salida, ni tiene mi perdón.
Coming from Connecticut, fighting for progress in the United States. Please welcome to the GPM stage.
Evet, şimdi Sayın Senatör Chris Murphy, Amerika'daki ilerici hareket.
Well, I bring you greetings from the friends of Spain, the friends of Europe, the people of the United States of America. My thanks to all of the organizers of this essential conference, but I want to point out one in particular. I want to thank Prime Minister Sanchez, who has shown the world how to stand up to bullies. So I am here as a United States Senator, a member of the Democratic Party, and I want to bring you greetings as well from a nation that is in crisis. I'm not going to sugarcoat the gravity of what we face right now in the United States. This is the most significant threat to American democracy since the Civil War. Donald Trump in our country is trying to end our democracy. We are not on the verge of a totalitarian takeover. We are in the middle of it. He is trying to seize control of our courts, of our law enforcement, of our media, of our elections. His goal is oligarchic capture. He doesn't believe in democratic equality. He doesn't believe in shared prosperity. He believes only in the consolidation of wealth and the consolidation of power. And I want to say this very clearly to you. I want you to understand this and know this. This White House is the most corrupt White House in the history of our nation. Now, Donald Trump thinks he can get away with this in America by distracting us, by telling Americans that the real threats to our lives are immigrants or Muslims, gay children, drag shows off in Europe. He wants to turn us against each other. He's also trying to silence dissent. He threatens to lock up my colleagues for opposing him. He's invaded American cities with his personal political police force, ICE, to crush peaceful protest. But here is what I am in Barcelona to tell you, united with progressive parties all over the world. In the United States of America, Donald Trump is not going to win. I know this because 3 weeks ago, 8 million Americans walked out their front doors and joined together in over 3,000 town squares, parks, and public places, the single largest day of protest in the history of the United States of America. Donald Trump's approval ratings are at historic lows. His party loses election after election, and his enablers in Congress are going to be wiped out of office this November in our elections. And let me tell you something else. Americans are watching what is happening in the rest of the world. They are watching the courage of the defenders of democracy in Hungary. They are watching the courage of the defenders of democracy here in Europe. But that victory in Hungary just a week ago, it lifted our sails in the United States of America. So I want us to make sure one more time that we give a hearty, loud thanks to the people of Hungary for saving their democracy and perhaps helping to save ours. This is a moment, my friends, where progressives around the world have to unite. Trump, Orban, Le Pen, the AfD, the remnants of Bolsonaro, these right-wing movements, they learn from each other. They copy one another's tactics of democratic destruction, and they count on us to be divided, to argue over purity tests while they dismantle our freedoms. But to beat them, we must learn from each other too. We have to understand how Prime Minister Sanchez, how President Lula have built big progressive coalitions all over the world. We must learn together the lessons of Hungary. Are we all committed to learning those lessons together? Yes, we are. But I want to be honest with you as well. The corporations that prey upon us, that quietly and sometimes loudly back the right-wing project of oligarchy, they're counting on us to be divided too. The big technology companies want to keep the United States and Europe paralyzed on how to protect children and families from the poison that they're spewing out on social media and artificial intelligence. And the only way to prevent the total corporate takeover of our societies is for the global progressive movement to unite in breaking up concentrated corporate power all over the world. Now, here's my last and perhaps most important message. Donald Trump is actually not the cause of America's problems. He is a symptom. And the same is true for right-wing demagogues rising across many of your own countries. Beating Trump this November is essential. Beating Orban was essential, and it will be a cause for celebration when we win. But it will not be a cure for what ails us. Our project as progressives is not simply to win elections. Our project is to reckon with the spiritual unspooling that is happening under our feet. Because for millions of people, especially in high-income nations, the modern world has, for many, turned existence into a wasteland of empty consumption, of technology-induced loneliness, of flattened culture, of work without dignity. And so our challenge is not just to raise wages. It's not just to protect civil rights. It's not just to keep our water and our air clean. Our challenge is to build a world in which people find real connection, real meaning in their daily lives. Capitalism is broken. You know this. In America, our people once felt powerful generations ago when the leaders who ran the companies that they worked for lived in their community. Their local hospital was owned by someone they knew. Their grocery store was owned by a neighbor. But the consolidation of economic power into the hands of a very small number of people, private equity elites, a few technology industry leaders, it's not just an economic problem, it's a spiritual problem. People feel lonelier and less connected when the centers of economic power sit far away in Aspen or Davos instead of in their own community. And so our project as progressives has to be simple. The fight moving forward in this world is between corporate power and worker power. And all over the world, progressives are going to stand up for workers. Now, our fight also requires us to confront the ways that artificial intelligence are going to compound this spiritual crisis. What happens to our soul when machines replace the things that make us human? Conversation, friendship, creativity, problem solving. We should just refuse to live in a world where machines, controlled by a small group of out-of-touch billionaires, replace what it means to be a human being. And lastly, progressives are going to have to confront the cult of corruption in our world. This cult of corruption exists in America, but in every other corner of this world. This is the lesson from Hungary. The Hungarians refused to bend to the cult of corruption. They demanded a higher standard from their public sector leaders. And when Peter Magyar won, he went immediately to the studio of one of those corrupt broadcasters, one of the propaganda machines that carried Orban's message for 16 years. And he announced on the air that the government would shut down that station and would rebuild independent, objective media in its place. Progressives should make the reform of our democracy our #1 priority in the United States and across the world. And I will tell you what that means in the United States. That means passing an amendment to our Constitution to get billionaire money, corporate money, and anonymous money completely out of our politics. This is the kind of agenda that speaks to the spiritual heart of our nations, an agenda that can rebuild meaning, an agenda that can rebuild connection, an agenda that builds a barrier against the forces of demagoguery and the destruction of democracy. Our work is to raise wages. Our work is to clean the air. Our work is to promote equality. But our work is also to confront the coldness of the modern world, the ways in which the cults of profit, the cult of technology, the cult of consumption, that cult of corruption leads to loneliness, isolation, and hopelessness. Our politics has to be a politics that restores communion and meaning to people's lives. Until we do that, our victories are not going to last. And so I leave you with this. I believe in my heart of hearts that in America, we are going to do the things over the next several months to save our democracy from Donald Trump. Donald Trump may insult Europeans. Donald Trump may insult the democracies of the world. But I will tell you, the American people stand with you. The American people support inclusive democracy. The American people support democratic equality. But none of us in America, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, none of us are going to be safe until we do that hard work across the borders to build a world in which people feel more connected, in which people are empowered in their communities. This is our work. It is work that is worth doing. And if we do it together, America will turn the page on Donald Trump. We will get to tell a story to our grandchildren and to our great-grandchildren about the moment that we joined together, progressives all across this great big world, to defeat the forces of totalitarianism. Thank you very much to Barcelona. Thank you to the organizers of this great conference.
Bold, principled, and leading the fight against the far right, please welcome on stage the leader of the Democratic Party of Italy, Elly Schlein.
Compañeros y compañeras, amici, friends, comrades, a day like this has always been my dream. It is so important to be here together. Progressives from all the world who share a common vision to improve people's lives, who fight the same fights in different countries, in many different languages. Together is better than alone. Together is better than divided, and together is definitely better than against. I want to thank all the organizers, but one in particular, Pedro. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for showing that the progressive agenda works and delivers for the people. And thanks for using 4 simple words, no a la guerra. Thank you for defending our dignity. These illegal wars have to stop immediately. We will not accept to replace international law with the law of the strongest and the richest. We will not accept that people like Musk earn $1 trillion while his friends, Trump and Meloni, block minimum wages for millions and millions of workers. We will not accept to see the UN replaced by a board of peace that is not even building peace, because you cannot build peace by not involving Palestinians. Free Palestine! We need the recognition of a state of Palestine alongside with Israel. We will not accept to steal the future of the new generation by denying climate change and continue to depend on fossil fuels, because we have only one planet. There's no planet B, and we don't even own the planet. We are renters. We need to give it back afterwards. We must not leave, colleagues, the internationalism to the nationalists, to the extreme right nationalists, because their message of hatred, of discrimination, always targets the same enemies in all our countries. And the enemies and the scapegoats are the different. The migrants, the LGBTI communities, are the women who are too emancipated according to them, or are the trade unions, independent journalists. We have to say it loud and clear, we are at their side, and we will be at their side. They pick a new enemy every day to distract from the fact that they're not delivering for people. But in the end, this message of hatred will put them on the opposite sides of the walls that they want to build at every border, and they will end up as enemies across those walls. You see it clearly with Trump's commercial war and tariffs that are hampering all the economies. So the more they build walls, the more we will build cooperation, dialogue, and peace. In many of our countries, the right-wing nationalists have won or have grown by fueling fears. Fear of migrants, fear of the different, fear of diversity. Now we have an opportunity for an historical shift. Now people are scared of them because they're bringing chaos, because they're bringing uncertainty, because they're bringing wars, damaging economies, and also shooting in the streets of their city. Please give another solidarity to Governor Walz from Minnesota and what happened in Minneapolis that shocked everybody. Now it's up to us to show that we are the one who can offer protection and peace, to offer hope for a better and fairer future. That's why it's so important to be here all together, to stand together and to strengthen each other across every border, because we have much more in common, because we share the same values, and because I've met here many colleagues from Europe, America, Africa, Asia, and we share 4 simple words, a common vision that can reshape the world: peace, democracy, social justice and climate justice, all together. We want to improve people's lives. We want good jobs and fair wages. We want healthcare and education for all. We want sustainable growth, and we want clean energy. We want affordable housing, and we want to fight tax havens and to tax billionaires instead. We want gender equality for real. And you know that we have a prime minister in Italy, a female prime minister. But nevertheless, in my country, women's pensions were cut. Unpaid care work lies on the shoulder of women, and access to safe abortion is made more difficult. There is a big difference between female leadership and a feminist leadership, because it is useless to have a female leader that doesn't fight every day to improve the lives of all other women. We're here together to say that another world is possible, based on solidarity and cooperation, on peace and equality. And that's the world we want to be together with you. Comrades, if the wars continue, We should mobilize together on the same day in all of our countries and do it together for peace and for equality. Let me bring you some good news from Italy. We won a constitutional referendum 3 weeks ago against Giorgia Meloni. $15 million people went out to vote against the government. Civil society mobilized throughout the country. But the young people made the difference. Women made the difference to defend our constitution and the independence of judges. And they made the difference also in Hungary, defeating Orban, and with him also Trump, Meloni, and the others. The time of the right-wing nationalist is over. The time of the right-wing nationalist is over. They are not unbeatable. We can beat them, but I have to be honest. In order to beat them, we still have to dare to change. We need to open our doors and windows, especially to young people that too often do not feel listened, even by our organization. Open the doors and windows, give some free space for them. And I have a message for them and for women. Many times when you engage in politics, somebody will tell you that you don't fit, that you don't belong, that you're not adequate for what you're doing. Do not listen to them. You are entitled to participate and to change the world. And I will conclude with this. We can beat them, but we will not beat them by running after them or their agenda. We will not beat them by trying to speak their same language. We will beat them if we force them on the most uncomfortable ground for them, which is social justice and peace, the quality of life of our people. We can do it together and stand together to write a better page for our future, because now it's really our time. Thank you.
Lamento no poder acompañarles personalmente, pero agradezco profundamente.
I could not be attending personally, but I really thank you warmly for inviting me to be here in a time full of challenges for the world. Our democracies today are facing growing pressure and problem with the public finance, polarization, and the lack of capacity of international institutions to react and to really be at the service of the needs of the people. And then challenges like inequalities, climate crisis, technological changes, and insecurity are well beyond borders and demand and require shared reactions, shared answers, because no one country alone will be able to fix all these problems. In this context, we need more dialogue, more cooperation, and more leadership able to really build bridges. We also need societies in which women participate actively in the decision-making processes, because when that happens, our democracies get strengthened and our answers are really richer. Spaces like this here have a lot of value because they allow us to reflect or coordinate efforts and provide for solutions that will give hope back to the people, stability and a sense of future to our societies. I wish you a very constructive meeting, and that these days will really help us strengthen our commitment with democracy, social justice and international cooperation, always putting in the center the dignity of the human being. Thanks a lot.
Hello everyone, this is Mayor Zohran Kwame Mundani. Let me first begin by thanking Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and progressive leaders from across the world. In a moment such as this, where we see so much crisis and conflict across the world, it is critical that progressive leaders come together and practice solidarity. And I can tell you that as the mayor of New York City, When I look around our city, when I hear from New Yorkers and their struggles to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America, and they tell me their struggles in paying rent for the first of the month, in affording groceries at the grocery store, in finding childcare that they can actually afford, I hear in them not just the stories of New Yorkers, but frankly the stories of working people from across the world. Because we know that this crisis of income inequality, it is not one that is distinct or unique to our city. It is one that has become a fact of life for too many across the world. And our path to combating and defeating income inequality is one that we must travel together. And so it is such a pleasure to be part of a beautiful and burgeoning movement to combat this kind of inequality and to deliver dignity everywhere that we find that crisis. So thank you all for being a part of this, and I look forward to working with all of you to building a better tomorrow than the life that we live today.
Brothers and sisters, my apologies for not being able to be with you today in Barcelona, but thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to say a few words to you virtually. Let me also thank Prime Minister Sanchez for bringing together such an impressive group of progressive leaders from around the world. Clearly, at a time when the oligarchs and their huge corporations function on a global scale, it is imperative that those of us who represent the needs of the working class must also work together internationally. My hope is that this important conference is the beginning of that increased progressive international cooperation. Let me also take this opportunity to thank Prime Minister Sanchez and all of you who have spoken out and taken action against the illegal and dangerous wars being waged by Netanyahu and Trump in Iran and Lebanon. I fear very much that leaders like Trump, Netanyahu, and Putin in Ukraine are plunging this world into international anarchy, where might makes right, where the rule of law is ignored, and where millions suffer as a result. In the 21st century, conflicts between nations must be resolved at the negotiating table, not on the battlefield. Countries should be investing in healthcare, education, and good-paying jobs, not more weapons of horrific destruction. As I think we all know, we are living in an unprecedented and extremely dangerous moment in world history. Never before have so few people held so much wealth and so much power. Around the world, in country after country, we are facing extreme inequality and the rise of a global oligarchy. In the United States and many other countries, the simple truth is that the very rich are becoming much richer while working people are struggling to put food on the table, pay for housing, and other basic needs. And the gap between the rich and ordinary people continues to get wider and wider. In my own country, for example, the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. And one man, Mr. Elon Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. Meanwhile, 60% of our people here are living paycheck to paycheck. Frankly, that is insane. And what is also insane and unjust is that many of these multi-billionaires avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Some of them are able to manipulate the tax codes in their own country. Others stash trillions in secret offshore accounts in tax havens around the world. I've reported to you some bad news, which you already know. Now let me give you some good news. In the United States, ordinary people are fighting back. A few weeks ago, we had No Kings demonstrations all across the country, and some 8 million people came out, the largest demonstration day in American history. Loudly and clearly, Americans say no to authoritarianism, no to oligarchy, no to racism, no to war, and no to the continued attacks against the working class. Donald Trump's poll numbers are plummeting. They're going way, way down. And right-wing Republicans are losing local and state elections around the country. There is a reasonably good chance that the Republicans will lose control over the House of Representatives in the November election and maybe even the Senate. What I will also tell you is that the progressive movement here is developing a strong, multiracial, multi-generational, pro-working class effort in every part of our country. In New York City, Zohran Mamdani recently took on the Democratic establishment, the Republican establishment, the President of the United States, and the big money interests, and he won a decisive victory. And he accomplished that because he had over 90,000 volunteers knocking on doors in his campaign. In my view, we're going to see victories like that all across the country, progressives winning with strong grassroots support. But it's clearly not just happening in the United States. I am encouraged by the progressive movements that have grown up across the world. These movements, many represented in this conference, have brought together diverse, talented groups of people to demand economic, racial, and social justice, a habitable planet for themselves and their children, and governments that work for all of us, not just the wealthy few. So, brothers and sisters, we have a lot of work in front of us. Let me thank all of you for what you are doing. Let us go forward together. We need now, more than ever, international working class solidarity. Thank you all.
Bona tarda. No sé si se m'escolta. Boa tarde. Mi nombre es Silvia Pérez Cruz.
I am Thank you very much. I never sing in political rallies. I have always fought, struggled from the stage, understanding that the stage is also a political place, and we celebrate the individual fight and the collective fight, and trying to have everyone as a brother, as a sister, with the values that make us be humans. A concert as a collective ritual in such an individualistic world. And I thought it was important for me to be here, where so many people from all over the world are getting together. Silvia Pérez Cruz. We're going to sing a song by Chicho Sánchez Ferlosio, who speaks of the power relationship, the relationship between the strong, the brave, the traitor, and the one who resists. And it's a song that whose main aim is bring peace about.
y qué desencanto. Si es que yo miento, qué desencanto. Si va a borrar el viento lo que yo canto. Gallo negro, pidiendo. No se rinde un gallo rojo más que cuando está ya muerto. Se rinde un gallo rojo más que cuando está ya muerto. Si es que yo miento, qué desencanto. Si va a borrar el viento, si va a borrar el viento, si va a borrar el viento, lo que yo canto.
Please welcome on stage the man who ran a courageous vice presidential campaign in 2024. It is a great privilege to introduce Tim Walz, Governor of Minnesota, United States.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, a huge thank you to Prime Minister Sanchez for your vision, for your leadership, and to the people of Barcelona and Spain. Thank you for hosting this important conference. President Lula and the dignitaries who have traveled from across the globe, who came from near and far for a very simple and beautiful affirmation that it is our responsibility to create a better and fair future for all of our people. And most importantly, thank you to all of the activists who came to this room, those who speak up daily, those who speak for those without a voice, to make sure that those in power hear the voice of the people. Now, many of you might know me as the guy who isn't currently the Vice President of the United States. And all I have to say about that is I'm very sorry about that. But unlike our current vice president, I'm not here to arrogantly lecture or scold you. I'm not here to pick a fight with the Pope. And I'm not here to host a rally for some local wannabe dictator. Instead, I'm here to say thank you and to share some thoughts on what we can do to be part of a progressive movement that moves all of our countries forward. The way we can rescue ourselves from these wannabe authoritarians in your country and in mine. You may know I'm lucky enough to be one of the 50 governors in the United States, but I govern the best state in the country, Minnesota. Our nickname is the North Star State. We have that name because we've always pointed the way forward. It was Minnesota's iron that forged the tanks that fought in Europe against the Nazi tyranny. It was Minnesota's farmers and researchers who sparked a green revolution to help feed the world. And it's Minnesota scientists who are transforming medicine at places like the Mayo Clinic. If you have a pacemaker or someone you know does, that's from Minnesota. Progress is part of our DNA. When we see a problem, we find a solution. And man, we are facing a lot of problems. Back home in the United States, we're seeing an alarming consolidation of power. A massive paramilitary force terrorizing our communities, which you saw in Minneapolis. A methodical weakening of our free press, of the independent judiciary, of fair elections, and all other institutions of accountability. We've got a feeble-minded, trigger-happy president who plunged us into a war where no threat was present, with no clear objectives and no exit plan. We need to call that what it is. That's fascism. Or at least it's fascist curious, as they would be. Look, it'd be easy to stand up here and just bash Donald Trump. He's an easy target. And if you know me, we don't get along very well. But we've got a lot of bigger fish and bigger problems to fry in this room. Because the truth is, authoritarianism is not just confined to the United States, it's everywhere. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the encouraging signs of people who have beat back this dangerous ideology, like President Lula in Brazil, like we've seen in Hungary. But we're here because we're acknowledging over the last decade, authoritarianism has advanced all over the world. It's an epidemic of distrust in government right now, in America, and all over the world. Misinformation and fear of a changing world play a part in that. But I think the root cause is cynicism. People hear grandiose campaign promises from campaigns, but they don't feel that their lives are getting any better after they elect these people. Inequality grows wider. Climate change accelerates terrifyingly. Technology is getting less human. And understandably, that makes people pretty skeptical of government and desperate enough to try anything. If you're wondering what the hell is wrong with Americans, I hear some version of this every day. Look, I don't really like Trump, and I don't know if he's right, but at least he's willing to try and break things and try and make it better. Now, I know that's dumb as hell, but that's how people are feeling. It's that sentiment that feeds into fascism. And now, it's a threat that we're going to have to contend with, not just in this election, but for years to come. So if we're going to get out of this mess, we have to do more than just push back on all the awful things that people like Donald Trump and like-minded dictators are doing. We, the progressive movement, has a responsibility to the people we serve to give them a crystal clear picture of what we would do differently once we're in power. Give them a credible alternative to what we're witnessing around the world. What could we do that will make their lives better? What would we do to make their lives easier? What fears could we mitigate? What aspirations could we make closer to them? And the good news is this, Progressivism is the best possible alternative to what we're seeing. Our approach to government has to be about taking big swings to do big things. We have to have a bold vision on how to lead that beats back corporate greed that strangled our politics, that breaks down the broken system that has kept wages stagnant, costs rising, and working families behind. And I would ask right now for us to give a big hand for all the people who are away from their families working on Saturday to build this stage, to make this conference possible. So thank them. If we get elected, we got to shake up the status quo, because there's many people wondering, and I heard this in America, what difference does it make who we elect? It's the same thing. So we have got to have a vision, but vision's not enough. You have got to deliver when we get in power on things that are popular, impactful to people's lives, that they can see immediately and see improvements in their lives. We're trying to build that in Minnesota, and that's the reason Donald Trump hates us. We're building that blueprint. For those of you who don't know, Minnesota is not a blue Democratic progressive state. We are split evenly down the middle. And in fact, in 2023, after the elections, as I was governor for the first time in decades, by one vote, we had the lower house, the Senate, and the governor's office. It's not enough just to win those elections. You have got to go big. More specifically on stuff that reaches working class people. In Minnesota, we designed the most generous child tax credit in the United States. It will reduce childhood poverty by a third. We have the lowest amount of childhood poverty of any state in America in Minnesota. To the Europeans in the room, this may not sound like a big deal, but it's a damn big deal in Minnesota, in America. We guaranteed 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave for every single person in our state. It's easy there. It doesn't get done in America. We invested historic amounts in public education, and we made sure that every single one of our children got free breakfast and free lunch in every school in our state. I'm a school teacher by training. It's funny how when kids aren't hungry, they learn better. We delivered on the most expansive expansion of labor rights in America. We drove down crime in our communities, and we protected women's reproductive rights to make their own health care decisions. And we are the leading state that by 2040, we will hit our goal of 100% clean carbon-free electricity and power across the state of Minnesota. Now, you know what the result of that was? People saw more money in their pocket, safer communities, better schools, and now we're one of the friendliest states to start a business in. We are the freest state to live your life, love who you love, make your own decisions. And we're the best place in the country to raise a child. Every day, we're proving what's possible when you govern with courage and competency. And it's all because of a simple approach. You do not win elections to bank political capital to win the next election. You make sure when you win an election, you burn that political capital to improve people's lives as quickly as you possibly can. Not enough to try and save it so you get elected. Progressives have always known this. That's not the point of winning power. The power is to go as big as you possibly can with what you've been given. Making sure that we found out in Minnesota, when you do that, two things happen. When you get elected and you pass progressive policies, you get two results. We found out those outcomes are pretty darn good. The first thing it does is it improves people's lives. The people that you are trying to serve. It makes sure that you are able to deliver for them, make sure you're doing good things for the people you serve. That's the first and foremost thing. And guess what else happens after that? If you do that for people, the elections take care of themselves. That means as their lives get better, they see a direct connection for the people who voted for them in a tangible way, they're going to turn around and vote for you again. A question that got asked this morning is, how do we ensure that we hold power? And I will tell the people of Spain of this. Prime Minister Sanchez and what his government has done has proven that you can not only move progressive policies, you can stay in power when you do that and get reelected. Simple rule of life, I believe this is, I'll say it, to earn people's faith back, if you say you're going to do something, you damn sure better do it, which is how you build back that political capital. It's how you hold on to power so that you can keep doing the things that make people's lives better. That's the purpose that we're here for. Now, look, that's a pretty virtuous cycle, but it takes the people who are here. It takes hard work. It's been successful in Minnesota, and I'm here to affirm to you of this. This is the process. It's what you see here. It's what you see in Brazil. It's what you're seeing starting to happen across the United States, is that we are using progressive vision to push back on this nightmare. I also have a second message here for this weekend. I know, and I can feel it in this room, you're not too thrilled with America right now. I get it. I'll let you in on this. There's a whole lot of Americans who aren't too thrilled with ourselves either right now. But the reality is this, and I want you to know this. The states that voted for prosperity, the states that voted for equality, the states that voted for a progressive agenda against Donald Trump in the last election cycle make up 2/3 of the American economy and the majority of the people. What you're seeing, and I know it doesn't make it better, it doesn't make it better, but we can still be productive, progressive partners in the world. And here's the thing about our system of government. It's set up to give leaders who are closest to the people the ability to touch their lives more. So I would tell you this before you give up on us. Subnational governments like states and localities and cities are the ones that actually get the things done. There are plenty of opportunities for us to work together on clean energy investments, medical research, innovations, and human rights. Among us, we've got the world's best engineers, the best scientists, the best entrepreneurs, plus private sector muscle and trillions of dollars of capital that we need to invest in the rest of the world to lift people's lives up across the planet. Look, we got more work to do, but we'll succeed. We'll succeed. I've told some of you this. I remain an eternal optimist in the middle of all of this. I was a public school teacher. You have to be optimistic to do that work because the future depends on it. The more we succeed, the more we push back on this authoritarian creep that is across the world. Fascism knows no borders. But in this room, progressive equality and a vision knows no borders either. So we have to reach across the continents. We have to reach across the oceans. We have to have each other's backs. This isn't the first time we've been in this. I am proud that we stood with you. And in fact, it was 60 Minnesotans who joined the Lincoln Brigade who came right here to Spain to push back on the fascist policies of Franco. We've done it. It's happened before. So I'm asking you now, those Minnesotans came here, we need you. Please don't give up on the American people. Go ahead and give up and condemn that monstrosity that sets in our White House. Keep the pressure on. Keep calling it out. Keep standing up to it. Keep naming it. But no, there are more good people that stand on the right side of history. There are more good people that care about equality, that understands it's not America first, it's humanity first. It's all of us together. This room knows it. You saw what happened in Minneapolis, what Trump did to us. You also saw 200,000 people rally against it. This is the work of our age. This is the time. And for those of you in this room, your grandkids are going to be asking you, what did you do when authoritarian was on the march in all the rest of the world? Well, the first thing you did, you gathered in Barcelona instead. Not on our watch. We will push back. We will win the day. Thank you, Spain. Let's go get them.
From championing climate justice on the global stage to driving bold social and economic reforms at home, it is a privilege to have with us Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Good afternoon to everyone. I want to say thank you to my dear brother Pedro and to President Lula for ensuring that we can gather together to discuss things that matter to ordinary people. And in that, it's important for me to say why I say so. Democracy works when it delivers for people. And I come from a country that has known what it is to be a pawn of others for the majority of our modern existence. I come from a party that was established 88 years ago to help stop poor people from being poor and to fight injustice and to create opportunities for our people. And I don't say so for the sake of saying so, because today our people have access to free tertiary education, free primary, free secondary education. Today the people of my country have access to free health care, and while we battle with the quality of health care because of the increasing cost globally and particularly in the Western Hemisphere, we remain resolute about being able to give them the best health care possible that we can give them. I come from a country where public transport and where social security works for ordinary people. I come from a country that introduced a minimum wage in the middle of COVID, when others said that the economy would collapse. And we said, let us try. And we tried and we introduced it, and the minimum wage has been increased twice in the last 6 years. I come from a country that knows that democracy works when it delivers for people. But part of the difficulty that we have is that the majority of persons globally who have been given the opportunity to come out of poverty do not look back and see those who they left. And whether that is those who have come out of poverty in rich countries, or those who have come out of poverty in middle-income countries, or those who have come out of poverty in poor countries, the conscience that we require of human beings is not working in the way that it should. Because if it worked, then we would see people and understand that people deserve a fair chance. And we would recognize that health care is a basic right, not a luxury. And we would get it, that affordable wages, livable wages, must be the target for all of us. We have a world that is at war. A world that is at war in Europe, a world that is at war in Africa, a world that is at war in the Middle East, a world that is at war with inequality, a world that is at war with the planet. And the one people who can change it on earth is human beings. But we have to choose to do better. And I believe that it is possible for us to do so. You may ask, if democracy is working for us in our small state, why am I here? I am here because the international community has not made it possible for small states to be able to breathe properly, for small states to participate in a global community, in an international rules-based order that is essential for us to survive. I am here because 80 years after the Bretton Woods institutions were created, and created in the image of the handful of countries that existed at the time, they still do not see small states. They still do not see developing states. They are still prepared to accept that 600 million people can go in the world without basic access to electricity, that water and food insecurity is as large as it is, regrettably, among the majority of our people. And the best kept secret is that the majority of poor people do not live in poor countries globally. The majority of poor people live in middle income and upper middle income countries globally. And this brings us back to the reality of choice. We have choice about how we spend our money. We have choice about what matters to us. And we have choice ultimately about what battles we fight and what wars we start and what wars we end. And we will only be able to achieve that if ordinary people hold ordinary leaders to account, and if leaders remember how they got there rather than forgetting the ladder upon which they climbed to be able to exercise power. In this world, we need fairness and we need solidarity. And without fairness and without solidarity, we are not going to achieve the things that can save the planet. We're not going to achieve the things that will lift people out of poverty. We're not going to improve the working conditions of working class people. We're not going to be able to ensure that we immunize ourselves from future pandemics which will kill without reference to age, stage, or wealth. I ask us today to recognize that it is in the small things that we do at the level of our families and at the level of our communities that will make nations stronger. And it is only when we have strong nations prepared to stand up for what they believe in that we can have a fairer world and that we can fight for the rights that are preserved and articulated in the United Nations Charter. But if ordinary people allow the not so good to pass, and if ordinary people turn a blind eye to the bad, and if ordinary people become blind to what is evidently in front of them, then people get accustomed to believing that they can get away with it, and that impunity will always, always be the order of the day for them. We can only turn the wheel by holding each other to account. And I ask, therefore, Pedro, I ask, therefore, my brother and my sisters, that we get the message across. And principles will only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by them. To that end, it means that we have to confront the reality of our past as well, and to recognize that until we repair the past of the Americas, until we address the issue of reparations as well, we are not going to be able to have an honest conversation with each other, even as progressives. I ask us equally to recognize that we do not live in an echo chamber. And as much as we believe in what we believe and will fight for what we believe, we must be prepared to have conversations with those who do not agree with us. And it is in having those conversations that we begin to frame out what I have called for: global, moral, strategic leadership. because two wrongs do not make right. Global, because the whole world is now affected by a movement that does not see people and that wants to continue the deepening divide of wealth and poverty. Moral, because we have to do the right thing for the right reasons, and too many people are using others to gain what they want in terms of imperial ambitions for land, for property, for wealth, for power, but they use people to get that. And strategic, because we cannot boil the ocean. We have to pick which issues we can win. And I say to you that making the international system fairer so that it can work for us, so that we can save both people and planet, because we are human beings that can walk and chew. We are human beings that know how to do multiple things, and it is not impossible to save the planet while creating opportunities for poor people to stop being poor. It is possible. And it is against that backdrop that I want to be able to bring to this platform a man whose work has reflected strong moral strategic leadership, seeing people first, working through the union movement, working ultimately as a leader of people in his own country, and fighting against the odds to continue to speak truth to all who will listen. My brother, the President of Brazil, President Lula, has stood up for these values, and he has the benefit of a country that is the size of the largest of the countries of the world, and he has therefore the ability to shape and to lead. And President Lula, I say to you that it is important that that moral strategic voice continue to be the anchor, and to continue to let ordinary people who sit wherever they are sitting this Saturday afternoon in their homes, to know that people are listening to them, to know that people are seeing them, and above all else to know that people feel them in their hearts and will work for them. We do not expect to attain all in our lifetime, but we do not have the luxury to step back away from the gains that we have made, and there can be no complacency, especially today, with people who are fighting to reverse and to maintain a status quo. And I say therefore to you, President Lula, we hand the stage to you, recognizing that your voice and your capacity to anchor a progressive movement that is not about isms and schisms, but is about people. It's about people. It's about people. I ask you to come to the stage and address us all. Thank you, and God bless you, and thank you, Brother Pedro.
I would like to start my speech giving my congratulations to President Sanchez for the extraordinary organization of an event, a progressive event that tries to show to the world that democracy has not died, and that it tries to show to the world that no one needs to be ashamed to be progressive or to be left-wing. No one has to be afraid in the democratic world to be what they are and to say out and speak out what they need to speak out if they do respect the rules of the game, of the democratic game that was established by the civil society itself. My compliment to my dear Pedro is for the fact for you to have the courage to not to allow that the warplanes of the United States of America will not leave Spain to attack Iran. I'm being careful here because I have a written speech here. And I want to improvise, to speak impromptu. But I need to talk here with great responsibility because we are making a very serious-minded movement, and that can end where our speech is here and go back to have another meeting, and then we'll have more speeches. No, what we're trying to do here is the beginning of a movement that has to act every day, all week, all month, and during 365 days a year, so that we can reestablish the most sacred thing in the world, which is democracy and multilateralism. The name of this initiative, Global Progressive Mobilisation, says a lot. Each of these three words carries an action program. It is important to understand what they mean. I am standing before 5,000 people who identify themselves as progressive. Politics has always been divided in two fields. On one side, there are those who believe the interests of the individual take precedence over those of the community. On the other, there are those who believe that each individual's well-being depends on the guarantee of a dignified life for everyone. This division has already many labels, right and left, conservative and progressives. But extremism poses a new challenge. The progressive field has managed to advance on the rights agenda. The situation for workers, women, black people, and many minorities is better today than it was in the past. It is no coincidence that the reaction from reactionary forces have been so violent with misogyny, racism, and hate speech. But progressivism has failed to overcome the dominant economic thinking. The neoliberal project promised prosperity and delivered hunger, inequality, and insecurity. It caused crisis after crisis. Still, we have succumbed to orthodoxy. We have acted as the managers of neoliberalism ailments. Left-wing governments win elections with the left-wing discourse, but practice austerity. They abandoned public policy in the name of governability. We have become the system. Therefore, it is no surprise that now the other side presents itself as anti-establishment. The first progressive commandment must be consistency. We cannot get elected with one program and implement another. We cannot betray the people's trust, even though a large part of the population doesn't see itself as progressive. It wants what we propose. They want to eat and live well. Quality schools, hospitals of quality, a clean and healthy environment policy. They want a healthy and free world, a dignified job with a balanced work schedule, a wage that allows for a comfortable life. The far right has managed to capitalize the unease caused by unfulfilled promises of neoliberalism. It has channeled people's frustration, making up scapegoats and lies about women, about black people, about the LGBTQIA plus population and migrants. Everything that are the people that are more in want is now part of the hate speech that we see from these people. Our role is to point the finger at the real culprits. A handful of billionaires concentrate or control most of the world's wealth. They want people to believe that anyone can get there. They feed the fallacy of meritocracy, but kick away the ladder so others don't have the same opportunity to climb up the ladder. They pay less taxes or no taxes at all, exploit workers, and destroy nature and manipulate algorithms. Inequality is not a fact, it is a political choice. What makes us progressive is choosing equality. Our motto should be to always be on the people's side. This fight needs to be global. It's no use keeping the house in order in a world that is in disarray. The lords of war drop bombs on women and children. They spend billions of dollars on weapons, which could be used to end hunger, solving the energy problems and health care problems. The global south is paying the price for wars that it did not start and for climate change it did not cause. It is treated as the backyard of the great powers or superpowers. It's suffocated by abusive fees and unpayable debts. It is once again seen as mere supply of raw materials. To be progressive in the international arena is to advocate for reformed multilateralism, is about advocating for peace to prevail over force. That peace should prevail over force. It is about fighting hunger and protecting the environment. It is to restore the credibility of the UN, which has been eroded by the irresponsibility of the permanent members. It is about creating a system where the rules apply to everyone, where developed and developing countries are on equal footing in the Security Council of the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, and the WTO. This is not solely a government effort. The internet has become a battlefield. Competing for virtual networks is an unavoidable task, but this contest must go beyond the screens. It needs to be taken to the universities, churches, neighborhood associations, for the neighborhoods, and for the civil society as a whole. The far right shouts, lies, and attacks. We cannot be afraid of speaking even louder and with great responsibility. We should not be afraid of exposing the truth of the facts. The risk that the far right poses to democracy is not rhetorical. It's real. It's not rhetorical. In Brazil, they planned a coup d'etat. They orchestrated a plot that envisioned tanks in the streets and assassination of the president, vice president, and the chief justice of the Supreme Court. And Pope Leo XIV said that democracy is running the risk of becoming a mask for the dominance of economic and technological elites. Our role is to expose these forces, to unmask those who claim to be on the side of the people but govern for the wealthiest, those who call themselves patriots but sell their sovereignty and call for sanctions against their own countries, who claim to defend the family but turn a blind eye to violence against women and the sexual abuse of children, who claim to be the master of the truth but spread lies and misinformation, who consider themselves men of God but have no love for thy neighbor, who talk about freedom but persecute those who are different. As Juan Manuel Serrat sings, the path is made by walking. Democracy is not a destination. It is built every day. It needs to go beyond just voting and bringing concrete benefits to the people's lives. There's no democracy when a father doesn't know where to get his next meal from. There's no democracy when a grandchild loses their grandfather in a hospital queue. There's no democracy when a mother spends hours on a crowded bus and cannot kiss her children's good night. There's no democracy when someone is discriminated against because of the color of their skin, when a woman dies simply for being a woman. We must replace discouragement with dreams, hatred for hope. The Global Progressive Mobilization has an important mission to restore the capacity of progressive forces to design a better future, a future with social justice, equality, and democracy. These three terms, progressive mobilization, need to go together, not as slogans, but as a living reality. I would like to say to all of you one more thing. I have to improvise 1 minute at least. I'm under arrest. I'm 80 years of age and I'm restless. I started to go into politics with 30 years of age. 21 years of my life, I stayed inside a plant as a worker. And I left a very poor region in my country, like millions of Brazilians, not to die by hunger. And I only ate my first piece of bread at 7 years of age. And I learned to do politics and be in politics very late in life. And when I learned about politics, I learned because I discovered that inside the National Congress, there were no representatives of the working class that I imagined, for which was the reason that the Congress should exist in the first place. And thanks to democracy, my country, that we managed to implement after overthrowing 23 years of military dictatorship, I was banned from politics, from the trade union, banned twice. And so for the first time, this is democracy. Brazil has elected a working man President of the Republic without a university degree. Only I have a lathe operator degree from a training vocational diploma. And I wanted to prove that intelligence is not linked to the years in the university. The intelligence is another thing. Knowledge is what you get in university. Intelligence is the most sacred thing that we have in the learning process of our lives, inside a plant or through the Brazilian society. Everything that I've managed to achieve in life, I owe to my mother that was born and died poor. She died, she didn't know how to do basic things. But what I learned from have a strong character and behavior, I learned with my mother. And why I'm saying this to all of you here? Because I learned in the political life, admiring the U.S. democracy. I believed many times that the U.S. was the land of opportunity. How many millions of Brazilians went to live in the U.S.? I was born in politics in a moment of Cold War, and we do not want any more Cold War with anybody. We don't want Cold War between the U.S. and China. We do want freedom. We want free trade. We do not want protectionism. The progressive left was victim of the Washington Consensus discourse. A lot of young people here don't know what is the Washington Consensus, but someone that has 80 years like I do, I remember Washington Consensus, and I was already older when I was in the 80s and 90s. And now I analyze what is happening in the world today. What is happening in the world is that the dear United Nations that was created after the Second World War, that built a UN Security Council of 5 permanent members to take care of peace, to take care of cordiality, fraternity, transformed themselves in 5 lords of war. Because the UN Security Council does not allow things to happen. When one approves something, the other uses the veto power. And what kind of world are we living in? Today, we have an amount of armed conflicts that is the highest since the Second World War. Today, we have wars. The Iraq invasion was a lie. Where are the weapons of mass destruction of Saddam Hussein? Never found. Invasion by France and England to Libya was another lie. And in that period of history, Gaddafi was not dangerous. The genocide that was accomplished by Israel in Gaza, that's another big lie too. And now, the bombard of Israel in Lebanon. What is the pretext? And now even more, the invasion of the United States in Iran. What is the reason for such an invasion? The dear Honorable Governor of U.S. Minnesota, in 2010, I went to Iran together with India, with Turkey, with Turkey. We went to negotiate with the president of Iran in 2002 an agreement so that he could not enrich uranium above the uranium would be used for peaceful means, because in Brazil it's written in our constitution, Brazil is forbidden to produce and manufacture nuclear bombs and weapons. It's part of our constitution. And we went to convince Khamenei and Ahmadinejad in Iran. After 2 days of talks, we reached an agreement that was made on the basis of a letter written by President Obama himself, was sent to me. After 2 days, Ahmadinejad, the president of Iran, accepted the agreement. When we published the agreement with Iran, I would imagine that we would receive compliments because Iran would not enrich uranium above peaceful ways, and the surplus, they would send it to Turkey to keep it. What happened? Brother Sanchez, Pedro Sanchez, the European Union and the U.S. did not accept our agreement that we reached with Iran in 2010. And now, once again, they're trying to build on the idea that Iran wanted to build atomic bombs. They did not want to build atomic bombs. We have to end with this story, to tell lies, and then destroy the people. Latin America is sold, is like the world of drug trafficking. The Arab world is sold as the world of terrorism. And who is the owner of this world? Who is good in this world then? We have to understand one thing, very important. Many times we are victims of our political innocence. Many times, Pedro, we win elections and then the press, the media, the financial system, and then the academia and conservatives start writing articles coming out in the press obliging us to try to destroy what was the reason for us to win the elections. And we start to get afraid, and we try to please the markets. We try to please the business sector. What happens is that we become demoralized with that. So, Pedro, I believe that from this meeting here in Barcelona, I would like to say to President Trump, to President Xi Jinping, to President Putin, to President Macron, and to the Prime Minister of UK, that are the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, please, for God's sake, fulfill your obligations to guarantee peace in the world. Call for an extraordinary meeting and stop with this madness of war, because the war doesn't bear any more wars. We do not want. We don't want to take anything from the rich, the poor. They just want a decent job, decent work. They want to have the right for decent work and a decent job, to have a good housing. He has to have the right to study. The poor wants to see their children to be a PhD like the boss' son. They want the right to have health care. The only thing that we want, and all of this is in the Bible. Everything that we're demanding is in the Constitution of each country and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's all there already. We have all this already. So, I was going to end. I wanted to end to say one more thing to all of you. I'm 80 years of age. I tried. President Pedro Sanchez. I've been talking a lot with God lately, that I told him I want to live 120 years. Because it's necessary to prove one thing. I want to prove one thing. I want to prove that we don't age. We don't age because the years are just passing by. We're not going to manage to stop the world moving. Today I have 80, next year I'll have 81. But this is not what ages people. What ages people are the people that lost their motivation, that don't think in a cause. If all of us would stand up in the morning with a cause, to stand up for a cause every morning, we don't age. And I feel today as the same when I had 50 years of age, because I have a cause, and my cause is democracy. My cause is freedom. My cause is equality. My cause is to guarantee that all the people are respected. And a small country, like my sister, mostly small, and it has to be respected as the same country, big country like India. No one can be measured by their technological power, economic, or warships. I don't want war. I don't want war with Xi Jinping, with Putin. I don't want war with the U.S. I don't want to go to war with you, Mia. I want peace, love, fraternity, and to see the progressive world could come more, to people could live better. And this is what I want. My rage is my argument. My weapon is arguments. My weapon is the reasoning. When President Trump taxed Brazil, saying that it had a deficit with Brazil, I showed through documents that the U.S. in the last 15 years had $410 billion of surplus in trade with Brazil. And I said, no one is going to win over me with lies. I'm not rich as the U.S. I don't have the wealth, I don't have the technology that the U.S., and I don't have warships either, because I don't want war. But the only thing that I want is to say to the President of the U.S. that even being a poor country, we have to have a character, honesty, and decency, so that we can respect the rights of all. So that's why I would like to call now the President of the government of Spain, my friend Pedro Sanchez now.
Buenas tardes. Un gran aplauso para el presidente.
Good evening. Please A big round of applause for President Lula and all the leaders that are with us here in Barcelona for the weekend. And a big round of applause to President of Catalonia and the Mayor of Barcelona, who are also with us, Jaume Collboni. Thanks for mobilizing. Thanks for this extraordinary mobilization of the Socialist Party of Catalonia and the whole of the Spain Socialist Party. I am extremely, extremely happy, but I am here with a huge, huge smile on my face. Be welcome to this brilliant and wonderful and magnificent city of Barcelona. Welcome to Catalonia. Welcome to Spain. Thank you very much for crowding this space with your presence, with your ideas, and with your dreams and with your energy. Because somehow the future has called you back here today, has called us here today, and you have been able to come and knew the way here. Look, 13 years ago, by the way, it is true, this is a small space because there are many other people in other rooms adjacent to this who we want to thank for their coming here today. Look, 13 years ago, the president of Uruguay, the big Pepe Mujica, delivered a speech in the UN. It was at a time of economic crisis, of social fractured wars. Pepe Mujica acknowledged that things were not going well in the world, that the future was really cloudy. He said that he was feeling really bad, not only politically but personally, about the future of humankind. And this is what I want to highlight here, he committed himself to fight for the future of humankind, even though knowing that he would never be able to see that future that he was dreaming of. And that is the kind of commitment I am asking you to engage with today with my speech, because I know that the horizon is full of dark clouds. We've been talking about that over this weekend, that the far-right international organization and this lack of mobilization for people, these far-right, they make so much noise, they shout so much that it seems like they are the only voices out there. But I ask you, I really request from you not to let be down by these people, because the right-wing ideologies and the far right, they are shouting not because they are winning, but because they know, they are certain their time is about to be over. And they know that their neoliberal orthodoxy, which is inefficient and cruel, passed away in 2008 with the huge financial crisis that has been overcome with the progressist policies, that their international order is being dismantled because of the tariffs and illegal wars. They know that their negation of climate change and xenophobia and the male chauvinism of the far-right internationalist movement is being their biggest mistake, and they will take a long time to get out of it. The right-wing ideology does not lead the world. They are about dying out. No matter how far, how loud they shout, but people are realizing they don't have any project, no solutions, only hate, empty slogans, and wrong policies that have only brought about four things: war, inflation, inequality, and social fracture. That's everything they've given to the world.
Por eso, yo estoy convencido
That's the reason I'm convinced that the time of the international right is coming to an end. And we, and all of you, are going to bring to the world and to our countries a new time of progress. We're going to build again what they tried to destroy. And we're going to prove to the world that the future can be better, that there are many more good things to come. Of course, we're all aware of this. Achieving these goals won't be easy, because changing history never was. But at least we have three important tools that we will need if we want to change the future and our history. Firstly, what we're breathing here, unity. We can feel the unity in this room. And that's the reason we're here, to celebrate and consolidate our unity. Union between different progressive forces, different countries, different generations, united in diversity to work together and get back that shared future. Secondly, something that Tim Walk said before. Mr. Lula also said that, and many other speakers mentioned that, like the Prime Minister of Barbados. We need to get back our dignity and our pride. Because for many years, the right and the extreme right have tried to turn our identity in insults. Left-handed, they call us in Argentina, pacifists, reds, leftists, greens if you're an environmental politician. Even the 2030 agenda that was approved by 130 countries at the UN is for them a negative agenda. And they've tried once and again to embarrass us because of our ideas and our history. But today that will end. In Barcelona on the 18th of April 2026, we're not ashamed anymore. And shame will change sides. Shame will change sides, and it will do that forever. From now on, shame is for them. They should be ashamed. Shame for those who don't denounce injustice, those who exploit workers, those who criminalize people that are not like them, those who trade in rights, those who defend the privilege of elites, those who approve war and violence in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Ukraine, in Lebanon, in the Middle East. They should be ashamed. We should be proud. We should be proud. The pride to be pacifists because we believe in peace. The pride of believing in the environment, of believing in trade unions because we want to protect the rights of workers. We're proud to be feminists because we believe that the world has to be equal between men and women. We're proud to be left-wing parties, socialists, Democrats and progressive. Because being progressive is more important now than ever.
Orgullo, amigos y amigas.
Dear friends, we need to be proud in order to support a fairer economic system. And by the way, I want to thank all the speakers that have spoken here today and yesterday. And we need to be proud to get prosperity reaching everyone, those who need it, and we need to protect the environment, just like the Prime Minister of Barbados always says. And by the way, this is something that we are achieving in Spain, in Lula, in Barbados, or of course the governor in the US and all the representatives of countries who are progressive in bigger and smaller places. And I don't want to forget the wonderful progressive mayors that we have around the world. We should be proud when we reinforce public services, equality between men and women, defending open societies, societies that welcome people that need to leave their own country to find a better life. In Spain, we have just approved a new process to legalize 500,000 irregular migrants. And I want to say to the right and the extreme right that oppose this project, we are the children of migration in Spain. We will not be the parents of xenophobia. Dear friends, we're proud to be on the right side of history, of defending international right, of defending peace, and of saying once and 1,000 times yes to peace and no to war. Yes to peace and no to war.
Queridos compañeros y compañeras.
Dear friends, we are united again. We are proud again. But there's one more thing that we need to do. Something even more important, or at least just as important. Something that was stolen from us and we didn't even notice. And that something is the faith in progress. President Lula said that very clearly. His own experience, he believed in democracy because somebody who was poor like him managed to be the president of trade unions in Brazil and then president of the country.
La fe en el progreso, la confianza.
Faith in progress and trust that the future can be better. Of course the future can be better. Because what do they want? What are they trying to do? The right are trying to scare us, to see us defeated. They want us to protect reality rather than transform reality. We're so scared to go back that we don't even try to go forward. They want us to renounce to the possibility of having a fairer future. They want us to be content with the status quo, with the way things are. And I'm sure that you agree with me when I say that we're not going to do that. We will not buy their pessimistic arguments. We will not buy their hopelessness. We will insist that a better world is possible, that salaries can go up, and that means that employment can also be created. We can stop the climate emergency and be more competitive, that diversity and equality between men and women will reinforce social progress, like we're doing here in Spain. You can protect the most vulnerable, and at the same time, you can reinforce the protection of workers and middle classes of our countries. Because our countries should be united or they won't exist. And we can get something back, which is time, to have more time to be with our families, time to enjoy life and to live. Because that is true progress. That is what progress is about, to enjoy the time that we have with the people we love. And we are going to manage. We will manage. And we will twist the arm of those who think that they are completely untouchable. Billionaires that exploit people, whose greed is unlimited. Those who speculate with the houses and the savings of people. Oligarchs who want to get richer using our democracies and using the mental health of our youngsters. We will manage. You know why? Because when we progressive forces reach the government, states do not serve the elites. We put them in their place. And we're going to do it not because it's easy, because it's not easy, but because that's our duty. Otherwise, why are we politicians? And if we don't do it, who will? That's what we learned from Pepe Mujica from Uruguay. And this is my message for all of you today. Progress is not a guarantee. Progress is not a fantasy. Progress is a promise. It's the promise that any father or any mother will give their child. The promise that any left-wing person owes their society not to resist, but to progress, to grow, not to dream, but to work relentlessly until our dreams are made a reality. So please, let's make our dreams come true in every street, in every city, in every country, in the whole planet. Let's be united, let's work together, and let's do it thinking that we will win, so that in a few years people will look back and say, everything started in Barcelona. In this place, there are 5,000 people who dream of a better world, but outside there are millions and millions of people who will join us to make that dream come true. That's our responsibility, and that's our commitment. Thank you.